Good afternoon, Hockenheim, and welcome to the start of the dynamic events of FSG 2024. We are standing here at the safety tent of the driverless disciplines in the infield. In front of us, we have the skid pad set up for the driverless cars. All of the cars that are showing up here are competing for the 75 points that you can earn for the best run on the skid pad here. I see 4 cars in the queue already, all of which should be able to navigate this course by themselves. Once the teams have set everything up, they will be retreating behind the tire barrier here, given the go-ahead by the officials, and then the car should start driving, drive the course and stop driving all by itself.
It appears to be quite a promising start to the dynamics of FSG 2024. Indeed, we already have 4 cars lined up. I think that's pretty unique for a driverless event, so we might actually see quite some action this afternoon.
Yeah, we were watching the technical inspection status, so the progression through the scrutineering of the cars in the last few days. And I was getting a little bit worried that the extra steps for the driverless scrutineering was going to catch some teams out. But yeah, we have 4 that are through already, and the first one is already making their way to the starting line.
I still need to get acquainted with all the numbers and the colors, so I actually do not know which car it is. I'll have a closer look.
Yeah, car number 13 it is anyway. But yeah, every year that we're here, we sort of have to get acquainted which number is from which university, which color scheme. But yeah, by the time endurance rolls around, we'll be able to recount that in our sleep.
It is UAS Munich indeed. Very, very pretty car. It makes me think a bit of the Polish car from Rocklaw in the past. They also had this livery with the blue, red and white.
Yeah, nevertheless, they are staying pretty true to their colors. If you know it's a UAS Munich car, you can tell. That's always good to see that there's a bit of a heritage with the design language. Makes it easier for us as well. The only gripe that I have is that the university name isn't printed in white. So the contrast is what matters most to us, so that we can actually read the university name. We talked a little bit about procedure already. What is currently happening at the starting line is that the driverless driver is vacating the car. When the cars are being moved around here in the paddock, a driver always has to be sitting inside of the car to be able to stop the car in the event that, I don't know, somebody's walking in front of it or it needs to be steered around. But yeah, this is not the point of this discipline. And yeah, then the officials are closely observing the amount of time that the teams are spending setting up as well. There is a time limit for this. If the teams take too long for this, they will have to pass the torch on to one of the other teams that are waiting. And yeah, once the green light at the top of the roll hoop of the car is illuminated, that means that the low voltage systems of the car are on. But the really exciting part only starts when that light flashes red, and especially once the currently unilluminated lights a little bit lower turn orange. What does that mean, Mickey?
I think it means it's ready to go, or does that mean it's failing?
No, failing is the blue flashing. That's what we not want to see. Blue, solid blue would be a successfully completed run all the way at the end, and flashing orange means that the driverless systems are fully active.
And so for those who do know or do not know the skid pad, it's a pretty cool event. It's kind of like almost a static event in a dynamic event, in the sense that it's just 2 laps to the right, 2 circles to the right, and 2 circles to the left, really to test the lateral acceleration of the car. In where you have the actual, the manual skid pad with the driver, sometimes they make some mistakes in how many laps they should do right or left. I'm very curious to see if the driverless also make the same mistakes.
Well, we have seen the driverless cars make mistakes in the shape of other calamities. Right next to our position here at the white safety tent is the timekeeping van, and the guys in there, I think, are starting to sweat bullets, because every time driverless cars are on track, their equipment, which you can see on the inside of the left-hand circle, is in danger. We've had it for multiple years now at different disciplines, that the driverless cars have had a particularly strong appetite for those metal crates and the sensors that read which car number is present, and the timing beams. So we'll see what happens this year. Skid pad is particularly good for this, but also on the acceleration, and I think later the track drive is going to be particularly tense moments for the timekeeping guys. While we're on the topic of specialties, another specialty this year, and the years going forward, in fact, is the atmosphere here at the Hockenheimring. Traditionally, way back in the day, Formula students started purely with combustion cars in the running, and last year, the era of the combustion car at Formula Student Germany anyway came to a close. The competition decided that it was more worthwhile to fully focus on the electric disciplines. So this will be the very first year that we won't be hearing any combustion cars, neither driverless nor driver-yes, driving here at the Hockenheimring, which brings with it a few different nuances, of course. It's on one hand a lot quieter and smells a bit nicer. But yeah, the sound level is something that we're definitely going to be missing from some of the teams. The aggressive four cylinders from Rennteam and other stuff will be duly missed.
And in the meantime, I think the car from UAS Munich is ready, more or less. I hear the sound of the T-Sol, and it's going cautiously, starting. It's actually the first... Oh! And I think it's going wrong immediately. It missed the corner to the right. And I think it was probably, the system was terminated by, what's it called? The safety marshal, the safety responsible of the team. I think it has a name, and you know it, Jonas.
I thought I did. RES was the acronym that popped into my head. I couldn't tell you what that means spelled out, but that is a critical term for the driverless people. You see the team members walking towards the car now, and one of them at the hip is wearing like a lunchbox-sized remote, basically, an industrial remote that is not made by the student teams, that allows them to safely kill the vehicle. If it does things like this, just going straight off the track, is a slightly different failure mode than you would usually see with the manually driven cars. But yeah, they are very inventive, these driverless things.
And it happens. It's no drama either. I think every team has 2 attempts to do a successful skid pad. Of course, when the teams they practice at home, they maybe have a slightly different setup. I also saw some teams actually cooling down or shielding their lidar a bit from the sun. Might also play an effect, of course. There's a lot of sun at the moment. It's quite hot. So hopefully the team can go back, analyze some data, figure out what's wrong, and come back in an hour or so.
External influences are classic factors for these driverless cars. It is very hot here at the Hockenheimring. We have about 30 degrees air temperature. This is going to get spicier as we get closer towards the weekend. And yeah, the sensors are very sensitive with lasers involved. Any optical systems don't like big temperature swings. So yeah, you see all sorts of protective measures, umbrellas or tinfoil covers I've seen as well. So yeah, anything you can do to make the car go. Like Matti said, we have 2 tries for each of the teams, if I remember correctly. And that means, yeah, anytime you roll up to the starting line, you really ought to make it count as well as you can.
Meanwhile, lined up is the car from Chalmers, from Göteborg, the Swedish team. Last year, they actually won the Driverless Cup, if I'm not mistaken. So I'm curious to see how they will fare this year. So we might actually already see a pretty competitive skid pad.
Yeah, I also vaguely recall them doing quite well in the track drive later on as well. So expecting big things out of this.
Yeah, they actually posted a really cool video online after the competition about their driverless system and how it was finding out where the track was, how it was interpreting the different cones. It was really cool to see.
Yeah, I remember hearing a lot of our commentary in that video as well. So whenever they are driving, we should be talking as much as possible to get the word out there.
I think, Jonas, we also saw throughout the summer that a lot of teams were actually setting new world records for the skid pad times, the driver yes vehicles. I think particularly the two teams from Graz. Unfortunately, neither of them are present here at FSG, I believe. But how do you think Chalmers and other driverless vehicles will compare to those new record times?
Yeah, it's tough to call. I mean, we've been talking about this for a few years already. When will the driverless cars start beating out the manually driven ones? I think last year in the skid pad anyway, we sort of got close where sort of the slower manual cars were being eclipsed by the faster driverless ones. I don't see that we will break the top times this year. Chalmers sets off though, makes the first turn successfully, and of course only the second lap is the one that's actually being timed to really settle the car into a steady state motion, slowing down a little bit as it navigates the left-hand turn. But on the second time around, no such struggles. Now it should go straight and stop under its own volition. Solid blue light is what we're waiting for. And that's a valid run. Congratulations, Chalmers. First time on the board of the day.
5.29, first time on the board.
5 seconds is round about a good time, at least in previous years. So yeah, maybe we'll see them break that 5-second barrier. I believe we crossed under that last year. So yeah, I would assume that this is a banker run for them. They have the weight of the previous years on their shoulders.
I think it was a pretty decent one. Looking at how dirty the track actually was, I saw some not smoke but like dust coming from the car. So I think given the track conditions, this is already a really good banker, and now they can just wait it out, see what competitors do, and react if necessary.
Yeah, Igor, you of course mentioned already that we saw sometimes tumbling. The big asterisk on that is, of course, that this was at other competitions. Every competition has a slightly different road surface, slightly different conditions, and in some cases even a slightly different setup. Here at FSG, there is a lot of effort being gone through to try and make sure that this skid pad is set up as close in accordance with the rules as possible, meaning that the diameters are correct on the inside and outside. Last year we actually had some issues with that, where parts of the track had to be repainted basically and were out of spec right before we started. But yeah, you can also see here on the infield that this is very far from level. This is usually a parking lot when the track is under its normal operations. So there's undulations, off camber, in camber. I'm not sure what the opposite is. Makes it just that little bit extra tricky here.
And I can imagine, I'm no autonomous expert, but I know that filtering out the track, so the floor, the asphalt, is actually pretty difficult. So I can imagine that if you have a bit of up and down, it's actually really difficult to filter out the track and detect the cones properly. And we have Uni Lisbon ready, and they're preparing their car, so the driver already got out of the car, and they're preparing the driverless system as we speak. So I think in a few minutes we'll see them do an attempt on skid pad.
Yes, and in the meanwhile, we see that Munich Motorsport decided not to go for another attempt. They are leaving the dynamic area at the moment. Chalmers appears to be coming back in directly for a second attempt, and there's one more car in the queue. Matti, can you make out who that is?
I'm gonna make a guess for Dresden. It's orange, and I can vaguely read TU Dresden, but we'll see if they come close. Maybe one of their team members can give a wave if it's true or not. Not sure. They're probably very focused in getting their car ready. And I think Chalmers is actually just going for the what is it called, the post-scrutiny, to check if the car is legal after the event. They'll also read out the power. So to make sure that they're within the rules, although I think in skid pads that's usually not an issue. Meanwhile, behind us there are some cars practicing. I see it with a driver. I think that's where the manual or the driver yes practice area is. On the very left, I think it's Zurich that's going for a practice run on the practice track drive. Not sure if they also have a skid pad set up there. So quite some action going on here. And while we wait, it gives us a little bit of time to assemble our chairs. So this year we had the bright idea to bring our own chairs so that we can sit once in a while during commentary. And I think Jonas managed to assemble it. Yes, and he's sitting.
Yeah, this is going to be my position for the rest of today. Especially driverless disciplines are very varying in their dynamics. The cars spend a lot more time at the starting line, of course, being set up, being retrieved by the team after either a successful or an unsuccessful run. So yeah, while this is technically a dynamic discipline, the manual cars definitely have a bit of an edge in terms of dynamicism when they're actually running.
So apparently, I am asked to ask the audience, where is the driver? ¿Dónde está el piloto? And we do get some reaction from the crowd. It's nice to see. I'm sure the driverless AI system is hearing this and is hyped up even more to do a proper skid pad.
Yeah, the grandstand is right across the infield from where we're standing. But every year it's amazing to see if there is a crowd in there cheering on the car, whether it has a driver in it or not. The Mediterranean teams tend to be a little bit ahead in terms of their chanting prowess compared to the mainland Northern European ones. But yeah, it's good to see some crowd interaction. Even though the setup of the car currently at the starting line seems to have ground to a bit of a halt. Christian, the white shirt official, in discussion with the two team members still at the car.
And actually I think it's really great that we see so many people in the grandstand even cheering on for driverless cars. To me that really shows how much progression the driverless at FSG and also other competitions in Formula Students made progress. I mean, we've seen 2 cars so far, one of them doing a really successful skid pad run and a third one lined up now. So yeah, it's a really positive trend.
Yeah, I think what really helps in that trend is as well that even the manual cars that want to score or want a chance at scoring the full 1,000 points here need to be able to partake in the driverless competitions. So yeah, that really incentivizes the teams that can put the resources towards driverless development to be able to do both well with one car. I guess that could be one of the reasons why we're seeing a lot more spectators than in the early years of driverless now also being interested in how the discipline goes.
Unfortunately, I saw some kind of waving signal towards the engineers here from the Lisbon car. Something is not quite right. Not sure what the exact issue is. We might ask later what it is, but we'll definitely see them back.
I am not sure if I recall this correctly, but since they haven't fully retreated behind the barrier, I think they might be able to retain both run opportunities still. But this is a good time to mention that anything we say is just something that we say. Nothing that we announce here from our own little corner of the of the dynamic area can be taken for granted. it is not does not represent the true official state of things. There might be conversations going on in the background always. So yeah, we can only comment on what we see, but that does not necessarily reflect the full truth.
No rights can be derived from this information.
Of course, we're always trying to inform you as well as we can. But yeah, especially in terms of rule steadfastness, I have to admit, over the years, with all the changes being implemented every year, I'm starting to lose a little bit of track.
Yeah, we should not forget how many changes there have been in the past years. We started off, or at least we started off way early, in, what is it, 2004 or 5, maybe I'm wrong here, with combustion cars only. Then we made the transition with electric as well in 2010, 11, making a guess here. And then in the last years we also added the driverless systems. Last year we had combustion, electric and driverless cup, so it was quite a busy schedule. I think it's quite nice to see that now it's a bit more simplified in the sense that we have an electric cup, electric competition, and also a driverless cup separately. Of course, they're more or less the same cars, but teams can choose to participate in the driverless cup or not, and it actually means that they also have to do a track drive and the endurance variant, which is the track drive. There's also an autocross, I think, which the driverless cup cars also need to do.
And in the meanwhile, Matti, it appears our guess on the orange car was wrong. It is not TU Dresden, it is in fact TU Eindhoven. Easy to confuse at a distance, very similar orange, white, black traditional color scheme. Jonas, you say you were losing track of the rules. Let's hope that the Eindhoven car can find the track on its driverless skid pad attempt. We see that the engineers, the students are getting ready, retreating behind the barrier, but not all of them just yet. Let's see how they go.
Yeah, one thing that I do spot though is that the Eindhoven guys have elected to park their car a lot further back than, for example, the Chalmers team did. The orange cones, of course, mark the entry and exit lane of the skid pad area, and yeah, that's I think one of the ways that you can spot that how differently teams can approach the challenge that this this driving here poses. Some teams clearly electing to give the car a little bit further of a field of view to spot the entrance correctly and maybe align itself to the expected driving.
And I spoke with the Eindhoven team earlier today. And they're actually going. I expect a nice skid pad, to be honest. But, whoa, that's pretty quick. And it's a second lap of right and left that counts. Looks visually a little slower than Chalmers, but pretty decent overall.
Well, maybe a little bit slower, but very smooth. As they say, slow is smooth, but smooth is fast.
Exactly. Everything looks good. We hear big cheers, a solid blue light, and it's also parked in the right position. So from what we can see and understand, this is a good skid pad.
Indeed, looks like a very impressive, successful attempt, and it is a time of 5.69. So exactly 0.4 slower than Chalmers on Eindhoven's first attempt.
I think they can be very proud of that. In the driverless segment, it's often a case of getting a time in first and then focusing on optimizing it. So I was mentioning earlier that I spoke with the Eindhoven guys and girls. They mentioned that their car was done pretty early, so they actually started testing on the 18th of April. Funnily enough, this is also their 18th car, at least it's called the URE 18. Also slightly dubiously mentioned on the rear wing. And one fun fact I had to add: their accumulator apparently is called Dave. I do not know who Dave is, but it might be good information for you.
Well, we see there is one more car in the queue. I think it might be Lisbon returning for their next attempt. And also, if you look a little bit further to the left for us, to the right from the tribune, you can see the driverless car from, I believe, Karlsruhe, practicing on the driverless track, looking very impressive.
Yeah, you got to be careful with black and yellow cars. Ulm, I believe, has a very similar paint scheme. I can't make it out from here. I don't know which car number 24 is off the top of my head just yet. But yeah, we'll have the binoculars ready from tomorrow onwards to make that out a little bit easier. But yeah, it looks like they're doing pretty well out on the what looks like an autocross-esque track that we'll also see here for the other driverless disciplines a little bit later towards the weekend.
That car is black and yellow. That is 24 from indeed Karlsruhe. I think Ulm traditionally is a bit more yellow and black.
I would have said the same about the Eindhoven and Dresden car. Dresden used to be a lot more white than orange, a bit more black as well, whereas Eindhoven had more orange than the rest, and yeah, look where we are now. Lisboa is still parked at the front of the first run queue. As I say that, they make their way to the starting line. So yeah, we have two queues set up here. The cars in the first run queue that haven't set a time here at all today will always get priorities over cars that have already posted a time, just in attempts to make it as fair for everybody as possible, so that they can set a time. On the topic of rule steadfastness, it used to be in the driverless disciplines that purely the ranking of the cars would determine the points as opposed to the relative gaps, like in the manual cars. If that is still the case, then yeah, a run is extremely valuable to the driverless guys in their scoring.
And the Karlsruhe car is being towed away, so to say. I think it did a successful driverless autocross on the practice track. But on Karlsruhe, I remember last year, their driverless skid pad was as quick as their manual skid pad, more or less. I should really look up the details, but I vaguely remember that their driverless was faster than their manual. So driverless can actually beat humans.
Yeah, the question is though, who does that reflect more on, their driverless ability or their driver disability? You never know who to blame in this case. But yeah, the driverless Karlsruhe car also caused a little bit of a show after that. I recall a very disappointed team standing very close to where we are sitting right now when the car had smacked it into the tire barrier, what I believe was the track drive event. So yeah, the fragility of the aero package and the strengths of the driverless system often get tested at the same time here.
Yeah, I think it was at the autocross that they indeed made a big crash, because they managed to repair it overnight and do a track drive. Not sure if they finished it correctly, but it was very impressive to see what they managed to fix in one night or one evening and morning. And they were very happy to do the track drive.
Yes. If I remember correctly, I think they might have had to do the endurance without their front wing last year, following that crash. But indeed, very impressive to see that they were able to get the car driving, and driving pretty quickly afterwards as well.
Yeah, I think the front wing was least of their worries at that point.
So we see Lisbon lining up. I'm not sure if this will be their first attempt or second attempt. Not sure whether the first strike counted or not, but hopefully we see them moving soon. And just looking at the technical inspection status, there should be around 15 to 20 more cars coming to attempt the driverless kit pad, all things considered. So there should be plenty more action to come.
You mean that's 15 to 20 that have already passed all of driverless scrutineering, or?
Correct. 15 to 20 cars that are participating in the driverless disciplines and have gone through all of the scrutineering. Of course, we already saw the cars from Karlsruhe and Zürich practicing on the test track, so I think them we will be seeing very soon, and hopefully many more to come afterwards as well.
Yeah, that's not looking too hot for Lisbon right there. Just the same as the last time the more mechanically inclined team members were joining us here in the safety stand. But just as last time, what I believe is their autonomous system responsible is waving for them to push the car away. We also don't have any other teams waiting in the queue. I'm just seeing the Eindhoven car being pushed outside of the dynamic area. So they are not joining us for a second run immediately, which is a little bit curious. If I remember the times of maneuvering the Formula Student cars through the masses here, I would have probably gone for a second run immediately. It's quite a hassle to prepare the car, get everything ready, get inside of the dynamic area. But clearly teams have different plans these days.
Well, perhaps teams want to take a little bit more time to make sure all the systems are running properly. As you say, the queue is a little bit empty at the moment, so probably not a lot of risk to waiting a little bit longer. We can see the team from Dortmund, car 172, has brought their car to the driverless test area. So hopefully we will see them at the skid pad soon as well.
Yeah, maybe this is also a good time to mention something about the timing. We of course started very promptly at 3 o'clock today. The event will be running until 7. We're in Germany here, that means it will run until 7 and no longer. Especially with moments like this where there is extended periods with no cars running. There is no mercy to be expected from the officials for anybody that arrives late. We have had it in rare occasions in the past where there were good reasons for teams to be allowed a run past the official deadline. But yeah, at the moment we're not expecting any of that. So yeah, if you're banking on getting in a very, very late run for reasons like cars cleaning off the track, removing dust and dirt by driving on there, depositing extra rubber, I would not count on that. I would much rather get a banker lap in as soon as possible and then take it from there.
If memory serves, I believe Green Team Stuttgart had a bit of a late run on the skid pad last year. Not sure if we ever found out the reason, but the point is that was, I think, the one and only case, at least in my memory, when the team was allowed a late run. So indeed, if you want to make sure to at least get a banker lap in, do it as soon as you can. We see the Lisbon car is back in the queue once more, but not in a rush to make their way to the starting line, so perhaps making some final adjustments to make sure that they can complete a successful run.
Yeah, there's a small swarm of scrutineers and officials accompanying the team members. In very rare occasions, this is apparently tolerated. Usually, especially when the manual cars are running, dilly-dallying in the queue is not appreciated for reasons of fairness, to be able to allow as many teams as possible a run out here. Then a kerfuffle in the queue of a car sort of being parked in an area of throughput is not always appreciated.
But given that there are no other cars, I think we're all a bit lenient at the moment. If indeed things would get busy, then we'll give them the hurry up. Either you're ready or you're not, but now we have a bit of time. And this feels a bit more like a classic driverless event where not too much is happening for quite some time.
Yeah, we've been looking at the car on the test track, the driverless test track anyway, from our position here, and I think it's been standing at its spot with the high voltage system enabled, ready to drive, without moving for about 5 minutes at this point. Yeah, this is a little bit reminiscent of the early driverless days when it started in, I believe, 2018, 2017, that sort of region. This was very much a game of men who stare at cars, where sometimes it was a good 5-10 minutes at the starting line until cars got moving. That, of course, got sharpened up in the rules very promptly thereafter, where now there is a very aggressive time limit set for the teams to actually get going at the starting line.
I mean, this is, of course, not to disparage the quality of the work that the teams put in. It is, of course, immensely difficult to, build, design and build a fully autonomous vehicle from scratch, especially now that you also have to combine it with a vehicle that can compete with a driver at all of the events as well. Maybe we can take a second to name you those 15 to 20 teams that we do expect to see competing in the driverless category, the ones that have made it through all of the scrutineering. Those would be Munich Motorsport, who we saw attempt their first run at the skid pad, not too successful, but they immediately went out, so hopefully they'll be able to put the necessary fixes in and be back very promptly. Next up, we have KIT Karlsruhe. Of course, we already saw them on the practice track, followed by AMZ, also already seen on the practice track, and hopefully soon will be making their way over to the skid pad. And we also hope to see Einstein Motorsport from Ulm, High Voltage Motorsports from Erlangen, FSG Lisboa, of course we see them in the queue waiting already to do their next attempt. BCN Motorsport from Barcelona, Elfloras from Dresden, Monash Motorsport, our friends from Australia. I'm not sure if they were at FSG last year, but they're back again. So hopefully we will see some good performances from them. Ignition Hamburg, Dynamis from Milan, Chalmers, we already saw make a very successful first run. FS Team Tallinn, Get Racing Dortmund, still standing with a high voltage system on the practice track. TU Darmstadt, Mindfunken Racing from Schweinfurt, and University Racing Eindhoven, who we also already saw make a successful first attempt.
While you have the list open, look up, car number 66 is approaching. That nose shape and that paint scheme has a name at the tip of my tongue.
Yeah, same for me. I want to make a guess.
Let me give you a hint. I think they're used to being the other way up usually.
Oh, it's Monash. I think that's a name that we haven't seen here at FSG for quite a while. Back in the good old days, their escapades were quite legendary, where they're coming from down under, and shipping especially an electric car halfway around the world is no easy feat. So usually you would see these teams camping out here with the hospitality of the local teams, spending their testing days together, and enjoying the Formula student vibes. A very open, a very welcoming community that we have here. And they're making their way to what I would guess is their first FSG driverless participation, at least in quite some time. I couldn't recall in the last 4 years them ever being here. So it's good to see a new team enter the fold. Lisbon is doing another run. Low voltage system is enabled this time. I'm not sure if that was the case the previous 2 occasions as well. But now the team members have stepped back from the car a little bit. And I think Christian, the white shirt official, is communicating with the timekeeping guys to register the starting time now. So that would mean that one of their tries is now used up, whether they get going or not. If that is indeed the case, of course.
And I think Monash, at least a few years ago, they always had the 2-year cycle. So they would join FSG 1 year, then not the next year, and then again the other year. I think their team cycle is slightly different to all the European teams here. So that's why we sometimes saw them a year and sometimes not. And maybe 2 years ago they kind of skipped it. Might also have something to do with COVID hitting, of course. But really nice to see them again. And I think we have a new car coming. Is that Dresden?
Yeah, exactly. It's always good to see recurring paint schemes. That is the white, black and orange of Dresden indeed. Relatively strong team in my mind in the driverless competition. At least they consistently take part. I'm not sure about their results off the top of my head. But yeah, now we have 2 cars waiting. And judging by the fact that now the high voltage system is live, the solid orange indicating readiness for Lisboa at the starting line.
Lisboa, ¿dónde está el piloto?
The crowd is asleep, I'm afraid.
Maybe my accent is not very good in Portuguese.
The guys from Lisboa also told me I could also just say la 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 Lisboa, and people in the crowd should start cheering, but it's not. Maybe our mics are all turned on.
Well, I heard a bit of a response from the car, and we see that it got going and is making the turn for the first right-hand loop. It slightly touches a cone in the beginning, but going very smooth so far.
Yeah, of course, any cones that are being touched while driving here count, as long as they actually move outside of their box, like the blue cone that just got moved out. Each cone has a marking around it. As soon as it fully leaves that marking, it counts towards a time penalty. But that is 4 laps around, waiting for the end of the mission. Solid blue, that's good news. What's the time, Igor?
The time is, hazard a guess, do you think it's faster than Chalmers, between Chalmers and Eindhoven, or slower than Eindhoven?
It looked very consistent, but I think we are looking at north of the 5.5 seconds here. It was not as fast as Chalmers.
Not quite as fast as Chalmers, but faster than Eindhoven. It is in fact exactly in between with a 5.44. Those first 2 laps, the first right-hand lap and the first left-hand lap, indeed looked a little bit slow, a little bit exploratory, but the car managed to find a very efficient path and was much faster on the second loops.
Of course, I think we have to account for the 0.2 second penalty that they will receive for the 1 cone that at least we can tell got moved out of position. The officials making a note of that on a very analog scratch list at the moment.
Yeah, and interesting, so when they started their skid pads to the right, you already mentioned it, they kissed 1 cone, it was not down or out, so that was fine. But then actually they hit the same cone on the left, kind of, if you use symmetry and fancy stuff. And actually that's a very typical thing to see even with the manual skid pad, because on your first right and your first left corner you go a little bit slower, you have a different line, and you tend to clip a cone with your rear if you're not rotating enough. So it's funny to see that even driverless cars struggle with the same issues humans do.
Yeah, that's of course part of the reason that every car does 2 laps in each direction and only the second one counts. The idea of skid pad is to measure as steady state of a performance laterally as possible. So yeah, getting it settled in, like you mentioned on the first turn in, is part of the game here. But yeah, also one of the things that can cost you a lot of time if you get it wrong.
Yeah, and the first.
Yeah, we should maybe clarify maybe for the newcomers, both here and perhaps watching from home, watching the live stream. While it is only the second loop that counts for the timing, even if you clip a cone on the first loop, that's still a penalty towards your total time. And we see our friends from down under rolling up to the starting line. Car number 66 from Monash.
Something that immediately catches my eye on that car is actually the fact that the green light on the T-cell, so above the driver's head, is flashing green. I don't think I've ever seen that. Would have sworn earlier that the rules stipulate that it has to be solid green light and a red flashing light. But judging by the fact that they made it through scrutineering, that must be allowed. Now that it's actually stationary, the green is solid as well. So it could be that by pushing the car, they are in fact generating some voltage back into the system just by the motors regenerating the energy, basically. So that could be why the flashing is engaged. That is not rare to see, especially when cars are being pushed fast. Then it can happen that even without the high voltage system being enabled, that there is a high enough voltage being put into the car to trigger this.
Also, I think that stands out to me about the Monash car is the slightly larger wheels. I feel like throughout the years it was, of course, a hallmark of the Delft racing team to have very, very small wheels with their, formerly, I don't believe they use them anymore, but custom Vredestein tires. But now, this year especially, I see that a lot of teams have smaller wheels than you would see in the past.
Yeah, these are good years as well. I'm not that familiar with them as a brand because we don't see them a lot on Formula Student cars around here. Maybe that's a hallmark of them just being on the opposite end of the world. But immediately the car goes for the timing equipment, and I think that completes our bet. It was right at the 40-minute mark. We had a little bit of a bet going when the first timing equipment was going to be hit, and I think in this case it has hit the reflector of the start line laser. Of course, the safety responsible here aborted that run, as you can tell by the blue flashing lights on the car. But yeah, this is their first attempt. The corner started slightly too early. It also caught my eye that they started quite far back within the orange cones, so maybe that was miscalibrated, that the car was expecting to turn in just a lot later or a lot earlier than it should have. Who knows? But they have another run going. We hope to see them back here with whatever issue they have, of course, being fixed.
Yeah, I think our betting line was over or under 40 minutes, and this happened exactly 45 minutes in. And as the Monash car is being recovered and the timing equipment is being recalibrated, we see car 59 from Dresden approaching the start line.
Meanwhile, we have the first appearance of one of the timekeeping guys. I'm going to extend our bet and say this won't be the last time today that this happens, but it is otherwise rare to see them emerge from the elusive black van next to us here. And yeah, this has to be set up with relative precision. Of course, the time measurement that FSG wants to provide should be as accurate as possible. We have very high standards here. In some of the other disciplines, there are even little light show indicators showing to the officials at the start line of the acceleration, for example, that the front tire is in exactly the right spot. Is a little bit like a setup that you would see at a drag strip where the exact position gets measured. So yeah, we're keeping the timekeeping to a very high standard here. Let's see what Dresden can put down.
Meanwhile, I've been keeping a bit of an eye on the test track, and I think only now the Dortmund car is being recovered. I'm not sure if it actually drove at any point, but hopefully whatever issue they might have had, they will sort out and we will see them on the skid pad soon. As the queue is looking, again, a little bit empty. At the moment we just have Dresden at the starting line, then behind them I cannot quite make out what team it is. Could it be AMZ?
No, I think that's literally just a service cart. I think Monash is opting for their rerun immediately. Oh no, you mean at the top of the queue?
Yes, at the top
That's
of the queue.
very striking, red and white. AMZ could be a good guess. I'm trying to.
I would be very surprised if it was
colors.
AMZ. I'm trying to find the number, but there are some people in front of it.
Now this is of course a bit of a shout out to the teams. Please put your numbers readable. Make your university names readable. And smooth transition. If you have any interesting information that you want to make available to us as the commentators, you should have paid attention to the introduction from the FSG officials a few days ago. There's a QR code in that presentation that you can use to lead you to the commentary form, which we'll mostly be using during the endurance on Sunday to get some interesting information, some interesting stories, some shout-outs that you want to provide to other teams that have helped you out. So yeah, be there or be square. If you don't give us any information, we'll make some up.
And in the meanwhile, I looked up which car it was at the top of the queue. That is the car from Milano. Also very well known for their red, white and black color scheme. I will say there are a lot of similar color schemes here at FSG. Of course, there are only so many colors and nearly 100 teams. Some crossover is inevitable, but like you say, Jonas, it is always nice to see some consistency in the color scheme throughout the years. Easily identifiable branding, if you want to call it that, from the teams.
Yeah, branding is an important aspect. Of course, you see a lot of sponsor stickers on the cars. Some of those are from supporters that have been with those particular teams for quite a while, many years in some cases. So yeah, it is absolutely an important factor, I believe, in how your car looks, how you portray yourself to the world. And I think this article is still up on the FSG Academy from many years ago, where in Pat's Corner somebody was arguing that a mostly black race car is pretty much the saddest thing you can see on a racetrack, because it doesn't stand out, it doesn't communicate. So yeah, besides the technical prowess and engineering behind these cars, the design aspect is also quite important.
I'm just trying to think, are there any colors that we have never seen on a Formula Student car? I think pink might be pretty rare.
Yeah, something like a BWT light pink. Coburg got close sometimes with a very Pink Panther scheme. Of course, that was the combustion car, the likes of which we won't see here at FSG again. But yeah, there isn't a lot of green. There are some teams like Diepholz or Fast Forest, excuse me. Hamburg also has some green in there with some blue. So yeah, there are some more and some less represented colors, that's for sure.
We used to have, of course, the very famous green team Stuttgart, but that, of course, has now been merged with the original Ren team Stuttgart, and they now operate under that name. In the meanwhile, we see Dresden aborting their first attempt, moving away from the starting line, getting some instructions from the officials on how to do that properly, and Milan making their way over to the start.
At the same time, I have to correct myself. Monash was, in fact, not joining the second run queue, instead opting to leave the dynamic area at the exit, quite a ways away from us towards the paddock.
And we mentioned the tires from Monash being the Goodyear ones. So far, all the other tires, I think, are the Hoosier that we've seen so far, all the smaller ones. So they used to have a bigger tire model, and then I think, as Egon mentioned, then Delft set a trend of going really small with tires. Looks like we found a compromise in Formula Student to use these smaller Hoosier nows, only Monash driving the Goodyears so far. I'll try to keep an eye on all the different tires, but so far it's all Hoosier apart from Monash.
Milan now making their final preparations before their run, and as you can see, Jonas, as you've pointed out before, they are electing for a much further forward starting position than some of the other teams that we've seen.
Yeah, of course, I'm not super fresh on the in-depth things within the rules. I don't think you are allowed to program a fixed map into the car of the entire skid pad or the entire acceleration. But you would expect the car to look out for some of the cues on track, that being the different colors of the cones. So blue ones always being on the left, yellow always on the right, and orange always indicating the entry and exit, or the sort of start and end zone basically of the event. And yeah, the way those are positioned is all laid out. So by counting cones, maybe that is skirting the rules just enough. And yeah, they are sitting much further forward. There's only one pair of orange cones in front of them. Solid orange means they're just about ready to go. Very jerky throttle response there, setting off a little bit tentatively, but not hitting the ominous cone at the corner entry. And a solid blue light is good news for the Milano team.
And a provisional first place with a time of 5.19.
I would not have guessed that. It looked very steady, but yeah.
Yeah, I think the Chalmers car really sped up during the skid pad, so maybe they lost a bit of time at the beginning, but indeed Milano looked super smooth, found the pace immediately and kept it all the way through. Igor, can you maybe give an update on how fast was the right-hand side and the left-hand side?
Very, very close. Only 0.04 of a second between them. The fastest the second loop on the right hand was 5.21 and the left hand was 5.17. And I will say, it's incredible consistency from the driverless cars, all of the ones that we've seen today. The difference for Lisbon is also 0.04 of a second, for Eindhoven also 0.04 of a second, and for Chalmers 0.05 of a second. And in all cases, the left-hand loop is the faster one.
That's interesting. Of course, in an ideal world, you would expect the left-hand side to be just as quick as the right-hand side. But yeah, we already mentioned track conditions here are far from ideal and not equal between left and right. And who knows, depending on the car, there might also be very slight setup changes between left and right-hand corners. Ideally, of course, you wouldn't have that within the car itself. But yeah, there are a bunch of reasons why you still take the end time as the average between the left and right-hand side.
Could it be that the right-hand loop is a little bit dirtier? Because as we saw with a lot of cars, there's a little bit of dust being kicked up at the very beginning of that right-hand loop, and that's something we don't see, at least that I haven't seen in the left-hand loop.
Yeah, dirt can be a big reason. This is a parking lot usually, and we haven't seen any driving, especially on this side of the infield, as we call it. Yeah, camber situation is different between the two sides. Who knows? There might be some extra rubber deposited. There are some skid marks that I see sort of partially on the track and not evenly spaced between the two. Who knows?
And small updates on the overall proceedings. So we're just about a quarter of the way into the driverless skid pad event. We'll be running until 7 o'clock. 4 times on the board so far. Milano in first with a 5.19, followed by Chalmers with a 5.29, followed by Lisbon with a 5.44, and Eindhoven with a 5.69. So literally only half a second between the fastest and slowest teams. Milano, we will see if they're opting to go for their second run or if they'll be making their way out of the infield, out of the dynamic area. But in the meanwhile, I believe that is Chalmers coming back for their second attempt.
Yeah, I think they must have seen Milano push them off the top. And yeah, let's see how the battle unfolds between the two here. There's a little bit of excitement building up in the driverless competition early on. That's interesting to see.
Milano indeed choosing to leave the dynamic area after their first attempt. Hopefully more teams will be making their way over to the queue very soon.
Meanwhile, on the test track, we don't know which car yet. It's number 52. But it's really cool. Their livery is red on the left side and blue on the right side. Just got an update from Igor. It's the team from Kempten. Infinity Racing. I hope they know to stop after 22 laps though. There is also a new car joining us. I think indeed that is the car number 33 from Zurich. They often do quite well in the driverless events as well. I think they won the first 2 years in 2018 and 19. Not 100% sure, but at least did very well. So they will be looking to chase the time from Chalmers and Milano. So we might see some pretty cool action in the coming minutes. Talking about the color schemes before, I recall that the Chalmers car used to be very blue, but they seem to have lost some color. Looks a bit more black. Could also be the sun and stuff, but I really like their blue. And it's gone now.
Yeah, I agree with you. Back in the day, the whole chassis would be just a solid sort of sky bluish, not the sort of sandy look that we have in our sky over Hockenheim here today, but a very solid blue color like the driverless cones. Yeah, it's a bit of a shame to see those kind of things go. I really hope that that is not an influence from current days Formula One, where we also see more and more of the paint scheme disappearing owing to weight. Weight is critical for Formula Student cars, but I really hope that it's not becoming this critical. Paint is important.
And there's also a van lining up potentially. I think it's not a driverless though. There is definitely a driver in there. Will they also do a skid pad attempt? But it seems that they're going to the practice area first.
Yeah, I see some flashing orange lights, not solid orange, so not sure they'll be participating.
And we see our first and second driver queue in action now. Still, the Chalmers can go first. Of course, they were in the line a lot longer, but typically if there would be a longer line, the first driver queue would get priority over the second driver queue. But first, Chalmers.
I'm not sure if this was on the car. It must have been before, but I see some very aggressive bracing on the Chalmers front wing. Very sturdy looking suspension cables almost for the outsides. Of course, the aerodynamic elements are governed by rules during scrutineering as well. There is literal sandbags being placed on there to make sure that they are strong enough to withstand the typical loads that you would expect a wing like that to sustain. And yeah, sometimes that requires strengthening it a little bit, however ugly it may look.
Yeah, talking about the braces you called, or the reinforcement on the front wing, I think this is a very typical Formula student thing, where you start your first test day without them, and then after the first test day you decide to reinforce the front wing a little bit because you misjudged the strength of it. Chalmers is now, I see a red T-cell flashing and the orange lights, and they're going. Cautious start. Also cautious first lap, so curious to see how they're going to speed up. Woo, it's even sliding on the rear.
Looks more aggressive than the first run for sure. Not the same behavior on the second round though.
Definitely more aggressive, but also a bit more slippery. We'll see how that affects the time in the end.
Yeah, I'm surprised to see the rear sliding so much. It doesn't look that quick, but maybe it's more slippery than we think.
I think this was faster.
It's 0.08 faster than their first attempt, 5.21, but still 0.02 off of the best time from Milan, the 5.19.
So this is where it becomes interesting to know if indeed the points are time-based or position-based. If it is time-based, then they'll basically have the same score as Milano. Although, don't forget, Milano had the cone in there, which might have caused a penalty. But still, they'll have more or less the same points. If it's of course about position, then there'll be a bit bigger difference.
And now we see the queue filling up a little bit as well. We still have Milano, I believe it still is, in the... Or is that not? Sorry, AMZ. AMZ in their first run queue.
Is that Dresden again?
Yes, I believe that is Dresden, yeah. 59 behind them, and a newcomer, number 44. Joining the queue.
That must be Ulm.
That is indeed Einstein Motorsport from Ulm, and once again, Jonas, I'm a little bit disappointed, as you said before. No longer the traditional fully yellow vehicle, but a much more dark affair with some yellow highlights.
Yeah, this is part of the reason why I was mentioning earlier. You got to be careful now with yellow and black cars. They almost look the same. Bit of a trend between Karlsruhe and Ulm over the last few years to try and match their liveries as closely as they can. Makes them a little bit harder to distinguish, but I have a feeling that the rear wings from Ulm tend to look a little bit more boxy than the Karlsruhe ones. That's sort of the only thing besides the number on it that I can usually go by. But yeah, the first time today that we're seeing the AMZ car being pushed towards the starting line. Also, whether it is for the driver or the driverless equipment, bit of an umbrella trying to cast some shade in these hot conditions that we have here. Intense sunshine and very warm air.
Yeah, and despite the driverless driver not actually driving, he or she still needs to wear a proper suit and fire retardant underwear if something were to happen. Better safe than sorry. So yeah, currently they'll be pretty hot. They're running pretty hot. That's why these umbrellas are definitely useful at the moment.
You've driven a couple of Formula Student cars back in your day, right, Matti?
Yes, I did. I did a few years indeed, and I can reassure you that it gets really, really, really hot. While you're driving, you don't really notice it too much, but if you're waiting in the queue and so on, you tend to get really hot.
Yeah, for anybody that hasn't done this, it sort of feels like you're putting on a particularly thick bathrobe, but then all over your body basically. And in 30-degree heat, that's not the most fun to do. What was sort of the go-to way to cool off down, Matti?
So in a few years we had this fire retardant underwear which also had mint in it or something, and that worked really well to cool down. In a few years we even just threw in some ice packs in there or ice blocks in the suit, mostly then competition of Spain or Hungary where it's really, really hot. And other than that, just go with it and go through it.
Of course, none of that matters now. We have the driverless discipline going on here. AMZ team now joining us behind the tire barrier, and they're off. A lot of noise.
Is that a fan car?
Absolutely. This is what I would refer to as a vacuum cleaner. A lot of dust being picked up. I think the teams running after this will thank them for thoroughly cleaning up.
You can see those two fans on the back. More so, you can hear those two fans on the back.
It's a very uncomfortable, raspy noise, but this is a successful run for them. What does the time look like?
The time looks like 5.01, a new provisional pole.
Yeah, so we're creeping up on that 5-second mark that I would sort of consider as a reasonable milestone to start beating some of the manual drivers.
And I'll say this is the first run of today where the right-hand loop was actually faster than the left-hand. But again, the difference of exactly 0.04 of a second.
Maybe it's already the cleaning that they did in their first right hand that helped them to get the right-hand side quicker. It looked really stable, so I would expect them, if they can tune it up a bit more, they can shave off a few more tenths. They'll definitely come back in an hour or so. Pretty cool, the Zürich car. They always name their car to a mountain or a mountain pass in Switzerland. At least they used to do. This car is called Dufour. I'll check later with the team if it is again a mountain in Swiss. I'm not 100% sure. But before they had some really cool names.
Yeah, I believe they used to be called after mountain passes, but they eventually ran out of those. So they had to expand their selection criteria for the names a little bit, but still staying true to that Swiss spirit.
And who needs combustion when we have these fan cars now? I do think still that the noise of combustion is preferable, but at least we have some noise now. Initially I was a bit worried that it was the sound of the electric motors, but quite quickly we realized it was a fan car. And what does that mean, a fan car? It's not just a very popular car with a lot of fans, no. They actually have some active aerodynamics, which means they have an actual fan sucking out the air from underneath the car, creating quite a lot of extra downforce. And the nice part about this downforce is that it's kind of unrelated. Now I'll get smacked by some aerodynamicists, but it's kind of unrelated to speed because it's just actively sucking the air out of the under tray of the car.
Yeah, the downside of such a setup, of course, is one, the noise. It sounds a bit funny. The electrical system consumes more energy. In some cases, multiple kilowatts of power from the electrical system are being put towards this active aero. But yeah, we've seen some of the manual cars in other competitions put very impressive skid pad times down using this technique, and also in the years prior we saw some combustion and electric cars utilize this to great effect, at least from a noise perspective, sometimes also from a performance perspective in the autocross and endurance events. But yeah, we'll see what this year's teams have cooked up with the other active downforce systems.
And we see KIT Karlsruhe, car number 24, have made their way over to the queue, right behind the car from Ulm, Jonas, so we can compare these similar black and yellow liveries and maybe find some unique characteristics to help us identify them later as well. But also we see Dresden, orange lights flashing at the start line, fans kicking in, also a fan car. Let's see how they do.
That looks quick. Very quick.
That was
a very quick start.
Another just dust vortex behind the car. So the track is still pretty dirty. Maybe they rode over slightly different sections. But yeah, dust being kicked up usually indicates a lot of downforce. And the screams, I think, are good news. We don't see the time here.
4.89.
Wow, that's pretty fast.
That's already faster than some of the human cars, the real drivers. That's really nice to see. I wonder if some of these teams seek for sponsoring for vacuum cleaners or so. I think this is a missed opportunity still.
Yeah, maybe some British team could get a Dyson sponsorship going, get some bladeless fans on their vehicle.
Yeah, Miele would be a good candidate for the German teams. Who knows? Of course, there are some companies that manufacture these kind of fans. I've also seen some teams try and do it themselves. They were, laminating their own fan blades or using RC aeroplane props to this effect. So yeah, very different solutions to a similar problem, which is of course the entire point of Formula Student.
AMZ meanwhile is making their way over to the post-scrutineering area, not electing to do their second run just yet, and Ulm is rolling up to the start line.
Yeah, I think I'm sort of spotting the Ulm yellow being a slightly different shade, a bit more orangey, while the Karlsruhe is a bit more lemon. So yeah, if we if we use that as the sole differentiator, then we got to stick with very sharp eyes because the stripes are very narrow.
I'm sure they would prefer to call it maybe a golden yellow.
Maybe a good thing to explain to the uninitiated is what you just touched upon, Igor, the post-scrutineering. One of the reasons that we can only report on what we see here is this post-scrutineering, which is an after check of each car when they leave the dynamic area after they've completed their runs here. And in that post-scrutineering, various things are checked on the car in terms of legality again. Of course, any car that you see running under its own power here in the dynamic area has already been checked, but nevertheless, to ensure continued compliance with the rules, after pretty much each run here at Formula Student Germany, the cars are checked not on the whole rule book, but on some very poignant points that often get forgotten. So if the car has sustained damage during its running, or maliciously the team has tried to sneak one by, these are the moments that this usually gets caught. And that also means that sometimes runs that look perfectly valid to us here can be declared invalid, or can be or decreased, lessened in their strength by extra point penalties applied in post-scrutineering.
There's of course a famous saying about not ascribing things to malice that can be sufficiently explained by something else.
Sometimes things just happen. Motorsport is motorsport. But yeah, Ulm is giving it a shot on the skid pad.
Very tentative, explorative first right-hand loop. Let's see if we are going to see any acceleration on the second.
Yeah, this looks distinctly less aggressive than the other ones that we've seen so far. But indeed, we should really look up if the point scoring is still determined by rank. If it is, then a run is a run and will net you almost infinitely more points. They connect with one of the yellow cones on the left-hand side, definitely moved out of position. I would hope that doesn't put them off in terms of positioning. Doesn't appear so. Sometimes we've had it here that a cone being out of its position, or worse, deposited in the middle of the track, can confuse the car. But we've crossed the finish line for the last time. They're in the right area and stop under their own command. So this is a valid run as far as we can tell.
And with a time of 12.37. So considerably slower than the other teams that we have seen today. But given that only 7 teams have run so far, they're in the top 7.
Yeah, and we should definitely emphasize how impressive it is to get these cars doing a proper skid pad, doing all the procedures right. We have seen in the past years that it's extremely difficult to get right. And it's also nice to see that this year a lot of teams get it right and that the level is going up. but still good to have a time on the board, and indeed if it is ranked by position then they'll get a fair amount of points.
Yeah, indeed, any team that makes it through scrutineering, makes it into the dynamic area and makes a run is definitely to be commended. Building such a car from basically nothing in the span of about 9 months, depending on which team you talk to, showing up here in force, making it through scrutineering, and getting the car ready to run, and then on top of that with driverless capabilities is definitely a big achievement.
Now we see a, let's say, a non-fraternal twin of Ulm rolling up to the start line, the car from Karlsruhe, car number 24.
The other Ulm.
Well, high-speed Karlsruhe is present at FSG this year as well. I think they, for now, still retain the title of the quote-unquote other Karlsruhe. This is, of course, only called so in jest.
Yeah, it was mainly between the Stuttgarts, I think, the HBW and Green Team and the Ren Team that was who was the other Stuttgart and who was the main Stuttgart.
Yeah, I think eventually there was a non-official agreement that whoever places higher at FSG, the next year will be the Stuttgart, and whoever places lower will be the other Stuttgart.
The last few years we've also seen DHBW Stuttgart in the driverless disciplines as well as Green Team, so I'm a little bit surprised. We haven't seen their cars yet. Are they here at FSG at all?
And are they through scrutineering? I think Igor is having a look in the meantime, while Karlsruhe is setting themselves up. They are walking towards us to the tent, and then they will give the signal that the car is ready, and the safety responsible will start the car to do its skid pad. I think this could be a good one. We saw them before on a track drive, which looked very impressive. That's usually a good indication of how good the driverless system is. So I'm very curious to see what we'll get. Will it be a fast and steady one? Will it be a bit chaotic? Will you have some slides? Is it a fan car? I don't know actually.
Yeah, in that sense, the Ulm car gave us a bit of something to talk about. So far, before the Ulm run, I couldn't really differentiate anything in the approach. Most of the cars were relatively fast until the fans switched on. And then Ulm was a very cautious approach. Yeah, let's see how this trend develops as Karlsruhe sets off.
Well, if it does have a fan, must be a very low-powered one. At the very least, it would be quieter than the motors, but looking very smooth and I would say relatively quick so far.
Yeah, we are very curious to see the times because I have the feeling that this is actually relatively quick. The rear is bouncing a little bit, so some damper settings or something not entirely right. The times, Igor.
It is a 5.22, so 1/100th of a second slower than Chalmers, and I believe that makes it the second fastest, well, virtually tied fastest among the non-fan cars.
That's crazy how close it is between these teams. Milano, Chalmers, Karlsruhe, they all have practically the same time now.
And that's interesting, of course, that we see the performance of the driverless system itself sort of falling away, and yeah, we're getting very clearly into the territory of setup. Like we saw the Karlsruhe car bouncing in one particular section on the left-hand side here. Yeah, things that matter for the manual cars especially, also really coming into effect, just like the active aero for the driverless cars as well. That's really impressive.
And Jonas asked before the Karlsruhe run about the Stuttgart situation. I can confirm that both teams are indeed present at FSG this year. However, Ren Team Stuttgart, based on the technical inspection stickers at the very least, are not participating in the driverless events. They will only be doing the driver yes. And they still have the rain test and the brake test to go until they are certified to drive. And DHBW Stuttgart should be participating, or at least signed up as participating in the driverless events. But so far, they're only through the accumulator, electrical, and mechanical scrutineering. So they still have a little bit to go. Fortunately, they still have a bit of time as well to get through all of those stages and make it over to the dynamic area.
Yeah, this might be a good time to mention the dichotomy of the driverless events. We have 4 in total. We have driverless skid pad, acceleration, and the autocross and track drive. The simpler ones, the skid pad and acceleration, count towards the manual competition, and then teams that elect to participate in the driverless cup can also drive autocross and the track drive. They also get additional judging, theoretically, about their systems, the driverless systems. But those categories fall into the separate judging for the driverless cup, which is what we alluded to earlier a little bit. The 2 simpler driverless categories counting towards the 1,000-point goal of the manual cars as well. So electing to not partake, of course, has a big influence in the complexity of your car. You have a lot less systems to worry about, to test, to integrate. But you immediately start the competition on your back foot. That means that your manual disciplines, both static and dynamic, ought to be really on point to collect enough points over a team that can participate in these driverless disciplines as well.
Karlsruhe, in the meanwhile, electing not to participate in their second attempt for the driverless skid pad immediately. The queue looking a little bit barren once more, but I see car number 54 making their way over to the queue, and that would be the car from Barcelona, BCN E-Motorsport. And once more, a very more black than colorful affair, but still holding on to their traditional blue and white coloring.
Indeed, this is a bit of a theme. I think they also have the Cupra sponsorship back on. This is the way to recognize them. Not a poppy paint scheme like I would prefer, but we have definitely seen cars from them in previous years participating in driverless competitions. If I could recall last year correctly, they were a little bit unlucky there, not really participating that well. But a year more of development behind these systems can often do wonders, especially if teams find the time to do enough testing before they show up to the competition site here.
Well, that is, of course, the ever-present trade-off in the world of Formula students. Do you want to try to build your car to the fanciest and what you think to be the most effective design possible, or would you like to maybe go for a slightly simpler design but finish earlier and get more testing time and maybe have a more reliable car that can actually finish every single event once you get to the competitions?
And certainly for the autonomous systems, you see a lot of teams during winter, they're actually testing with these RC cars to test their software, find out, where can they improve, can they try new fancy things. But of course, once you actually put it on the real car in the real world, everything changes. We have a new car coming up, it's 124.
Yeah, the blue, I think, sort of gives it away. That looks like Tallinn.
Tallinn, indeed. But once again, maybe you see a set of sort of twin cars in terms of delivery. Primarily black, sort of blue and white wave motifs along the chassis.
Yeah, maybe they scrutineer the cars by color now. First they do the yellow ones, then the blue ones. Not sure.
Another blue one being pushed onto the test track. So the blue cars, I think, are fresh out of scrutineering now. Now we just need Delft to show up, and then we have the fold completed, I think.
That one on the test track is very blue. Could that be?
I think that's Hamburg.
Snail?
They sort of have the green stripe on the rim theme going on. And I think the grey pants is also something that I recognize from them. But the distance makes it a bit difficult from our position here.
Curious to see what Tallinn will do. They won FSA, if I'm not mistaken, FS Austria, so that was a few weeks before. I do not think they have driverless events there, so their car is pretty quick. Let's see if their driverless part of the car is as quick as the car.
I think Tallinn in general is to be commended on their sort of rise in the Formula student ranks. They're a relatively new kid on the block. We've of course had yeah, some of the big German teams be quite dominant for many years. And then a few years ago, Tallinn showed up out of nowhere, and they have been playing right at the top for quite some time. I'm not sure if we saw them very successfully in the driverless categories last year. Certainly in the manual categories. It's good to see that more and more teams push into this foray.
Because I feel like, at least in my memory, sort of that period, let's say from the beginning of Formula Student Electric here in Germany, it was sort of dominated by Green Team, AMZ, Delft here and there, GFR coming in a couple of times as well, and Karlsruhe, of course. But since then, it does feel like the field has become a little bit more equalized. Maybe in terms of the final results, still a lot of similar names showing up, but a lot of teams pushing those quote-unquote traditional top teams for those high places.
Yeah, I think something that maybe isn't as important here at the skid pad, but a big driver for your points tally and yeah, your experience on the test track as a team is the reliability of the car. Which is something that driverless, I think, is majorly going against. It makes the car a lot more complex. So the testing that Matti alluded to with the little RC cars helps a lot to dial in your algorithms, but it does relatively little for experiencing the actual car running. There's a lot of systems, rules mandated systems, but also required systems for driverless that have to talk to each other, that have to actuate from a safety perspective, that have to talk to each other to get the full performance out of the car. So we see the complexity curve just exploding in these cars over the last, say, 6, 7, 8 years, not just from combustion to electric, but now also driverless on top. Really makes these mechanical marvels to see, and we will see that at the endurance event on Sunday especially, both from a electrical perspective but also mechanical. We see quite some failures putting the cars out of commission, which is of course a shame, but also the most difficult part to achieve.
The team from Barcelona finally lining up. Cool to see that they're sponsored by Cupra. A lot of car brands, of course, sponsor these teams. We saw the Chalmers one with Volvo, but it's actually the first time that I saw from a student team being sponsored by Cupra. And on the left, we were talking about the Hamburg car, or at least we thought it was the Hamburg car. I saw the driverless car starting pretty ambitious and then immediately making a spin. But I like the ambition, and if we see them back in an hour or so, I expect a quick skid pad from them.
Well, it looked more like a power slide to me, Matti, not quite a spin. Looked very impressive from here.
You sound like a driver, Igor. Making a spin into a drift or a power slide. Nice.
But we've talked about the conditions here varying a lot from what teams might expect from their own turf. We have a lot more cones here on the infield. We've also heard teams in the past talk about the advertising sort of posted on the tire barriers, disturbing their algorithms. We have the timekeeping equipment that I'm sure not many teams would drag out to a test day usually. So just a lot more markings, a lot more features to confuse at least the optical systems on a driverless car, which makes it ever more an achievement to have a solid, valid run here, regardless of the time.
Barcelona getting ready to start. The team members making their way over towards us in the safety tent, if you might call it that. And the car sets off very tentative at first. Let's see how it does on the second loop. Is it searching for the best line? It's accelerating already.
And it stops with a flashing blue light. So this was either the team member or the car itself aborting the run.
It's a weird point to stop, as in, for both from the safety point of view or from the car point of view. I'll be very curious to figure out what went wrong. Looking at the faces here of the engineers, I'm not sure if they know, but I'm sure they'll try to figure it out in time and come back to do another attempt.
I can only speculate, of course, but I did observe on their first go-around, it took them sort of half the circle before they really started speeding up. Maybe there's a bit of a curve fitting problem that they ran into in their pathfinding. Who knows?
And as the Barcelona car gets cleared from the track, the other blue, white and black vehicle from Tallinn is rolling up to the start line. I'd say there the blue, black and white color scheme is very fitting. The colors of the Estonian flag, of course. And behind them in the queue, we see car number 240 from Darmstadt approaching as well.
Yeah, Darmstadt is a team that we've seen at Driverless many times. I think they were one of the sort of founding teams that helped the FSG competition investigate the practicality a bit. I think they are one of the few teams, at least traditionally, running on very big tires. That's one of the things I remember. We can't see the car from our position here. The Tallinn is blocking them a little bit if they've rocked up with a similar setup again. But yeah, speaking of tires, I think Tallinn is also on the very popular 16-inch Hoosiers.
Didn't the Barcelona car used to have like a completely white and a bit of greenish? What is it? I want to say skin color, but that's the wrong word. Livery, that's the word I'm looking for. And now they switched to black and blue. Not sure if it's the same Barcelona, but I recall UPC Barcelona being completely white.
Yeah,
and making it hard for us.
They also had white shirts and green pants for the whole team all the time. Yeah, I think that was quite a while ago. I want to say sort of from the 2020s onwards, they came around with this color scheme. Athens, I think, is another fully white car anyway. So yeah, this is us rambling a bit about how difficult it is getting to differentiate these cars. Speaking of the number of cars present here, usually in the past few years, of course, we would expect about 120 cars here. This year, being the first one without combustion, we actually have a bit less. I would guess that the reason for that is just the slightly elevated scrutineering effort for the electric cars in general. They have a few more safety systems that need to be checked. So we couldn't swap one combustion car for one electric car here. Nevertheless, you mentioned we're close to 100 cars present here this year, Igor?
Yes, I believe the promo materials might have been mentioning 84 cars or 85. Looking at the technical inspection list, there are 79 teams present. So I'd say 79 is the lower bound. As we see the team members from Tallinn making their way over to the safety area, and the orange lights on the vehicle are on, red lights flashing, car ready to go.
Bit of a hesitation at the starting line, but eventually it sets off. Taking it wide through the first turn.
Okay, they're going for the cautious approach, getting a banker lap in. So far, so good. I feel like they even slowed down a little bit.
Yeah, it doesn't significantly speed up like we've seen some of the other teams.
We had a few cones. It's the first one that actually hits one of the bigger orange cones. Hopefully it will not disturb them on their second left. It does not, but I can imagine that these bigger orange cones are also indicative of where the finish is. So let's see how that goes.
Yeah, 3 of them are still standing, making it to the stopping area. And that's good news, I think, for the Tallinn team. They've posted a time.
A time of 9.65.
Yeah, of course, I see at least 3 cones knocked over. They got a little bit too close to the left-hand side, the inside of the circle. But yeah, they have another run left to go, and the progression through the queue looks pretty swift. We see very few teams struggling with their setup in general. And if I compare this to the last few years, also the cars set off a lot more consistently and a lot more quickly than we've seen previously. So yeah, that's a big commendation for the teams managing to push yeah, the reliability of the algorithms well enough for that to be possible.
And I think we finally have some new tires again, or at least not the Hoosier tires, it's also the Goodyear ones. So they followed the lead of Monash, or Monash followed the lead of Darmstadt. Finally, some other tires. They're indeed also a bit bigger, a bit of a signature for them. They used to have these really big rims with a very small sidewall. Not 100% sure what the brand of the tire was back then. But nice to see something else than a Hoosier tire.
I think part of the reason that we return to Formula students year after year is just seeing the variety that some of the teams bring to the table here, sort of picking up on somebody else not using what everybody else is using.
Going to interrupt you, Jonas, I'm sorry, but it seems that the Darmstadt had a little problem starting up. It started beeping and the blue light is flashing. Maybe they have the chance to reboot, get it going again, and hopefully this time more successful. Also worth mentioning on the left, or at least for the people on the grandstand on the right, on the track, the practice track, there's a car with a very big antenna, I would guess.
I would think that there's a camera on top of that pole, but yeah, car number 60, is that Berlin? I think they have deviated from one of their signature design aspects. We can no longer confirm that the Berlin driver is wearing pants, unfortunately, because the chassis is no longer see-through.
And I'm not sure if this is allowed to have, but my guess would be that the media team put it on. We can check later with them and also share the videos probably. Will be some quite spectacular images.
Good news for Darmstadt. They have gotten their car going appropriately. I think the good old theme of have you tried turning it off and on again worked very well for them. Everybody going into a safe place and they're ready for their run.
The orange light is blinking, which I feel like means that the car is able to go, but it's not. It's taking its time, taking a breather maybe, or it's not finding where the track is.
Yeah, perhaps a small case of the commentator's curse. Jonas just mentioned how this year all of the cars are a lot more eager in setting off from the line as soon as the orange light starts flashing. Now we see a case for the opposite, and unfortunately we see the blue flashing light once more.
They are lined up very far, no? Is that what other cars used to do as well?
No, I think with the second set of orange cones was sort of the furthest back that we've seen. But I renounce the responsibility for the commentator's curse. The Darmstadt ASR announced that the car was driving right before it wasn't. So this is definitely not my fault.
So a small update then on the cars that we have not seen yet, which are through all of the scrutineering. Let me just look at the list. High Voltage Motorsports from Erlangen are participating in Driverless and are through all of the scrutineering, so we hope to see them soon. Ignition Hamburg, we saw them previously on the test track doing that fancy power slide. Maybe they're doing a little bit more testing before making their way over to the driverless skid pad. Dortmund is also through scrutineering. We also saw them, I think, a little bit more stationary than they would have liked over on the test track. So them also hopefully will work out their issues and make their way over to the skid pad. And Schweinfurt is the last car that is through all of the scrutineering that we hope to see participating in driverless as well. There are also a couple of cars that are only half a brake check away from joining us on the track, and that will be the cars from Ingolstadt, Trondheim, Hawks Racing from Hamburg, TU Delft, and Lausanne.
And so the first dynamic event of a competition, certainly here as well, is always a bit of a race against the clock or against or with the scrutineering. It's always a hassle to get your car correctly scrutineered. Of course, the better you prepare scrutineering, the quicker you can go through. But if an issue pops up, it can take quite some time. And it's not atypical to see a lot of teams rushing in the last 10 minutes because they just finished scrutineering and trying to do still a driverless skid pad.
Yeah, the teams, of course, have been here since, I believe, Monday. They were allowed to set up their pits here in the paddock area. And pretty much since then have also been busy getting their cars looked at. There is multiple categories. The accumulator just by itself, the electric system, the mechanical systems on the car, and for the driverless cars, the driverless system, and then a couple of safety checks. The electric cars get rained on to prove that in case it does rain during the event, nobody will get an electric shock. The brakes have to be tested physically in a brake test. And the cars also get tilted to, I believe, 60 degrees from the horizontal to ensure that the tight cornering that we do here will not cause them to tip over based on their center of gravity location. Getting all of the cars that are present here at the paddock through all of those tests so that everybody can drive takes multiple days and multiple bays in the scrutineering tent, which is swarmed by people in light green shirts to pass out the stickers so that cars can make it into the dynamic area here.
Of course, in some cases it also happens that teams intentionally wait until the last second, trying to squeeze every little bit of performance out of the car that they can in the testing before actually joining an event. Sometimes it works out, other times we see a lot of disappointed faces still in the queue when the bell rings signifying the end of a dynamic event. So hopefully everybody that can and wants to participate will have the time and will be making their way over to the queue very soon.
Yeah, there's a big red button at the track control tent that once that is pushed, a gong will ring that signifies the end of the discipline, and once that happens, that is it for the running. Putting a word out to all the teams that are listening, it's not worth it to wait with your first run, especially if you can. Please run as early as possible. You're free to wait with the second run later, take your gambles, but don't gamble your first run away if you can. Please join us here at the Driverless Skid Pad.
And while there are no other cars in the queue, it's a nice moment for all the volunteers to refresh. We are being supplied here with some water, with some apple juice, with the test car. I think this car even does some laps around the autocross track or to test the timing equipment, and it's always called the test car. At the practice area, Chalmers was putting in some impressive laps. Looked really good. Of course, we saw them already twice on the skid pad, so we won't see them here on skid pad again today. Maybe also a nice moment for everyone to remind to properly hydrate, also put in some sunscreen, because before you know, you forget and you go red as hell to your bed. And this also kind of marks the halfway mark. We're almost 2 hours in. We have until 7 or 7:30. We're now halfway until 7. I get confirmed. We've already seen quite some cars, but we do expect a lot more still. So might be a very spectacular last hour if all the cars that we do expect will make an appearance.
Yeah, I think based on the scrutineering status so far, we've seen about half of the cars that are currently eligible to participate. So hopefully at least as many cars yet to come. Obviously most of them have only done one run so far. So I think we should see most of them return for their second attempt as well.
Kann es sein, dass ein BCM-Push abgeraucht ist, weil es so klein war auf dem Mikro. Ah ja. Lass die mal, ja, dann nimmt die mit. Aber jetzt gerade in der zweiten muss sie halt pausieren.
Okay, looks like we had our rest and the teams decided to go again. We have 3 cars that are basically racing to be first in the queue right now. We have, I think the first is Eindhoven, the second, tricky, Karlsruhe, not Ulm. And the last one, Zurich. I think, is it Zurich with the best time so far?
Yeah, if my memory serves me right, we of course can't see the convenient timing screen that most of the audience is privy to. So if you hear us struggling with times, we can't see them unless we pull our phones out. But yeah, 3 cars lining up. I think we've all seen runs from them. Yeah, Eindhoven had a valid run, Karlsruhe had a valid run. AMZ definitely did. Of course, to identify the Karlsruhe car correctly, I had to go by the shade of yellow. Numbers sometimes also helps, but yeah, depending on the position, there's people walking in front or other cars blocking it.
And I said it was Zurich with the quickest time, but I'm wrong. It was, of course, the Dresden car with an average of 4.9 and Zurich with 5.0. So they're separated by 1/10 of a second, really close there. Then there's a little bit of a gap. And then we have the Milano, Chalmers, Karlsruhe, very close together with basically the same time, and then the other teams. So Eindhoven had 5.7 on their previous run. I'm curious to see how they will improve. Probably they have some kind of aggression setting or speed setting that they can push up a little bit. And yeah, we'll see how much of a difference it can make. I see one of the marshals getting the cone away and giving a clear path to Eindhoven. They are making their way to the start area with the driver. Curious where they will park it. Are they going for the far away approach or the close by approach? We've seen different teams do different things. Personally, I have no clue what the advantage or disadvantage is by doing that. Maybe we need to check that with the teams later this evening.
Yeah, I would postulate that it has something to do with getting the straight line in between the 2 circles as straight as possible. One more data point maybe gives you a better fit there, but who knows? I could also imagine that we might see a rules change, that officials decide, hey, you can't freely pick your starting spot anymore, just to make it as consistent as possible between the teams. Yeah, who was it who collected the timing equipment? Was it Monash? Not making good alignment with the track. They turned in too early. So yeah, really fitting yourself into the real world here, so that the car turns in at the right moment to follow the prescribed path is still tricky. And yeah, the bottom part is of the ranking that we see today is very much fought out in software, and yeah, the high performance end we see really pushing into the mechanical setup and the aerodynamic proficiency of the car, which is so refreshing to see from the previous years.
So the Eindhoven engineers making their way together with the officials to a safe place. They prepared their car. I see an orange light. And when they have been given a go by the officials, they will tell the car to go. and it will hopefully perform a quick skid pad. So 5.7 was their previous lap time. I think we will be able to visually judge if it's quicker or not. I'll keep the timekeeping open, so that might be a clever choice.
Definitely a very dynamic set-off. They immediately collect a few cones on the outside and abort the run. I think I heard the click of the safety button on the remote here, so this was probably aborted by the team itself. Yeah, the car just went too wide, basically. It looked like it was trying to drive a much bigger skid pad than it was supposed to. And yeah, this is their second run of the day, I think, so no improvement in time for them. But still, they got a time in. That's half the battle here.
Yeah, no, 5.7, definitely not too bad either, so they can be quite proud. I can imagine that if you set up the car to go a little bit quicker, of course assuming that it is a setting, that indeed other tuning parameters like taking the corner, how aggressive and stuff, you tend to go a bit wider, and once you start to clip cones, then it becomes almost impossible to still know where the track is, so might indeed be a wise choice to kill the car and abort the attempt. And then we have Karlsruhe being lined up, so they'll get the car from Eindhoven out of the way. I would say rebuild the track. It's only 2 codes, so it's not too bad. And then we can have a look how Karlsruhe will do it. Do they have a time already? I vaguely recall them being here, but I do not remember the time. I'll have a look. They did indeed. It was the 5.2 club.
Yeah, that's sort of a highly contested area in the timing sheets, sort of the low 5 seconds, which yeah is the area we would normally expect the manual cars to sort of land in, and slightly faster than that. It's so refreshing to see. I can't say this enough.
Yeah, it's the battle of the quickest fanless car. Maybe we should start to introduce like a fan and a fanless cup as well, together with the driverless cup.
Yeah, of course, this is a relatively new development in the Formula Student world. I want to say about 3 years ago or 4 years ago this was introduced. I think the 2020 regulations were the first ones where this was allowed. Previous to that, powered ground effects like this, just aggressively sucking air from underneath the car or anywhere else for that matter, with active means was strictly forbidden. And yeah, now the rules have opened up to spice things up a little bit, and a few years down the line they really have. We're now seeing active aero cars dominating the downforce world. Of course, it still had to be worth it. I think in 21 or 22 we saw Green Team or one of the other German teams claiming this car is actually faster without the active aero, so they were saving the energy and the mass on the battery and the maybe even drag of the fan pods, and the car ran faster without it. So yeah, you still have to make it work, still have to integrate all this.
I'm hearing a diesel sound and the car is going. Ambitious start. Visually looks quick.
Pretty well settled in. We saw some bumps here on the left-hand side the last time around, I think.
And it was bumping a lot more last time. Oh, nice power slide from the car, giving us a bit of a show. Wrapped it all quite well, and now we see it parks. With a solid blue light, that looks all right, and it's a 4.98, so 5.0 if we round it up, an improvement of 0.2, moving them out of the 5.2 club, and together with Zürich actually. Are they ahead of Zürich? Yes, they are, 0.03 of a second quicker. Luckily, Zürich is in line to improve that.
Yes, indeed, a very quick time. Only the second sub-5 second time of the day. Top of the leaderboards is, of course, still Dresden with a 4.89.
yeah, it's impressive to see. We already talked about it, how the driverless cars are now able to actually exploit the mechanical or physical limits of the car. And we could see here in the left-hander how the rear was stepping out and was doing a nice little drift. That's usually not the way how you want to do a skid pad, or not the optimal way, but it does show that the driverless, how we say, driverless AI or the software is really pushing it and trying to extract the maximum out of it. Great job by Karlsruhe.
Yeah, this is not the first time that we've seen driverless cars sort of power slide their way through the disciplines. I think on track drive or driverless autocross a few years back, we also had some pretty impressive showing from AMZ as it happens. They were really pushing the mechanical limits of the car. So far, we've already seen a fast time from them in this iteration, of course. Let's see if we see some more power slides.
And again, as usual, the car is being prepared. Started up, I see the T-cell flashing, meaning the high voltage is on. Solid orange light, meaning the car is ready to be launched. Team members are making their way to the safe space here under the tent. And if everyone's ready, they will give the go to the car. And I'm very curious to see what this will be. This might be a really good run. And of course with the fans on, I even forgot about it, the noise is crazy. Take a very wide line in my opinion. Doesn't look necessarily quicker. Yeah, very wide. And a lot of noise. I wonder if you can hear it on the live stream as well. They do slide a little bit here on the end. And they park it well, a solid blue light. So from what we can see, it is a successful run. But was it quicker?
It was indeed a little bit quicker, also going under the 5 seconds, 4.96. It's 500ths faster than their previous time.
I'm surprised that they didn't go a lot quicker. Like I don't know what I'm saying, of course, with these autonomous systems, but I feel like a tenth or 2 tenths in there, if you have such a safe banker lap. But yeah, I don't know the complexity. The complexities that these teams need to go through in order to get it driving quicker.
Yeah, you could sort of see that the circles weren't very round that the car was driving. It was a lot closer towards the inside line on entry, but then as we were sort of getting progressively through each circle, it was starting to drift out, sort of understeering away from the ideal line.
And it's every time here on the left, so that the very last bit just before the finish, that the rears are stepping out. So maybe we should have a closer look when it's not too busy, what's happening there on the track.
After a little break, we have another contestant entering the area. Lisboa is back. They, of course, have been present here at the skid pad for the driverless cars once before. We're a little bit unsure exactly what happened. We recall that they just went straight and missed the turn-in, basically. Of course, Monash collected the timing equipment doing the similar thing. Lisboa did so without any calamity. It was Munich. Okay. This is Munich.
Yes, I think so too, that it's Munich. But I get the confusion, and I think we had this exact discussion as well at the very beginning, that their color scheme changed a bit, but then actually it was you that mentioned that this was the typical Munich colors.
I blame the heat.
But indeed, they did not set a time yet. This means that this is also their final chance to put down a time. I'm just glad that we have a car again, otherwise we have to keep on playing this wait music. And I see in the very distance also another car potentially joining. 181, not 100% sure what their plans are. Might as well go to the test track. We don't know. And it's already 5:30. That means that the teams only have 1.5 hours left to complete their driverless skid pad. We've already seen a few teams, but we do expect more. And it's only 1.5 hours left. Be careful because time can go quickly, certainly if something happens. I remember last year we had a bit more chaos with some cars destroying timekeeping equipment and so on, and then you can easily lose 20 or 30 minutes just rebuilding everything. So take that in mind. Don't wait till the last minute to go. Certainly not for these driverless events. The track is fine. It's been vacuum cleaned. We can confirm. So it's ready to go.
Yeah, our ears are still bleeding a little bit. The AMZ car was pretty loud. I don't think we've had the active aero on skid pad. At least for the driverless cars. This was new this year. We of course saw in previous years during the autocross and the endurance when we were up at race control in the tent on the first floor. We were a little bit further away from the active aero noise, but yeah, having it blasted right in your face, right in front of us here from the AMZ car was pretty out there.
Yeah, I was surprised how sharp the noise was. I wonder if it comes from the actual fans or if maybe from the motor that's tuned very, very drastically. It's something I'm going to figure out this evening with the team where the noise comes from. Because I think, for example, the Dresden car is quite a bit more silent than the Zürich car.
And faster.
And maybe to give a small update on the technical inspection statuses. Of the teams that have now passed all of their checks, we still hope to see 5 that have not set a time or had any attempts as of yet. And those 5 would be High Voltage Motorsports from Erlangen, NO Trondheim, Revolve NTNU as they're also known, Ignition Hamburg. I believe we just see them on the test track over there, so hopefully they'll be ready to try out the real skid pad event soon. TU Delft has gotten through scrutineering as well. And the last of the 5 that we're still hoping to see is Mainfranke Racing from Schweinfurt.
And we can start to prepare for some action while Jonas puts up the weight music again. It did seem to work. We got one car out of it, so maybe if we put it up again for a minute, we'll get another one.
And we see now one of the more colorful cars, US Munich, lining up for their, I believe, second attempt on the driverless kit pad.
And the team from Munich is going for the close-by approach. So they are way past the first orange cones. In fact, the rear wheels are kind of aligned with them. So teams taking different approaches. I'm not sure if it's intentional or not, but we seem to have some theories around it. The driver got out, but is getting back in. That's not looking good for a driverless kit pad. Usually it goes the other way around. So something is not quite okay. We can't figure out exactly what. Or they need to realign. Maybe it's just that. Yeah, it seems like they are just realigning the car. So either it's on their own request or on request of the officials. I see one team member looking very closely to the alignment of the car with the cones, meticulously changing the car.
Yeah, of course the driverless driver had to get back in for that, for the smallest adjustments. You got to go by the rules. You got to put the push bar back on, which is this sort of stick that attaches to the main hoop in many cars, which has to be used to move the cars around here. Driverless driver required for steering wheel adjustments, even if they are just small ones. But yeah, alignment is apparently crucial for them. We also saw that before, of course.
Actually, for one of the previous teams, I don't remember exactly which one, but I saw that they made their small alignment by simply pulling on one of the rear wheels and rotating the car a little bit.
Yeah, different levels of confidence in their mechanical integrity, of course. Not entirely by the book, but yeah, nobody saw that.
No, well, if it's stupid but works, it ain't stupid. As Munich Motorsport team members are getting ready in the safety area, there is one more car making their way into the queue.
Very, very careful start by Munich. And unfortunately they missed their turn-in again. They are collecting the exit cones now. And yeah, I think I heard the click here from the safety shut-off on the remote. So this is it for Munich Motorsport on the skid pad. Unfortunately, they've had their 2 runs. They're now reclaiming the car, retrieve the cones from underneath that got trapped. But then they will clear the way for car number 50, Lisboa, who is now making it up the queue.
The actual Lisboa.
The actual one. Even though, to my credit, the paint scheme is very close.
And unfortunately, I'm seeing the Lisboa car being pulled back. That's usually not the sign of a team that wants to do their driverless skid pad.
Meanwhile, if we look over at the testing area, we see Hamburg making their way out of it and Chalmers making their way back in.
Yeah, Chalmers is doing really a lot of test runs here. I think every opportunity they get, they try to do what I think is the autocross simulation. They do one lap, car stops, and then they have to retrieve it again, get it back to dynamic area, and do it all over again, while also giving other teams the opportunity to do some testing. We've seen the Hamburg car indeed a few times already on the test track. I hope they realize that the deadline is 7 o'clock here for the driverless skid pad, because we have not seen them here so far.
I mean, there is also a very big sign at the skid pad entry that says event closes at 7 o'clock, 1900. I see there is a car making its way, not quite in the infield, but along the lines. Maybe they're going over to the dynamic area. Car number 60.
I think that's Monash. Yes, it is, from Melbourne. They already did one attempt, remember? They were the ones that drove near the timing equipment, or at least hit the reflector. So hopefully they found the issue and can try again to do a successful skid pad.
In general, we've seen a lot more flux on the testing area, which is also here on the infield. There is a second one behind us where only the manual cars are allowed to run. I think here on the infield it's the driverless cars and manual cars combined. Yeah, we've seen some impressive driving. Chalmers, like you mentioned. Hamburg has been trying a lot. I think Montreal has been spending some manual time on there. So it's good to see that teams are trying to prepare as much as possible. But yeah, we have seen some driverless cars there that really should be making their way over to the actual driverless event here. Just under 1.5 hours left.
See, there is a car lined up. Is that still Lisbon at the beginning of the driverless queue?
No, that is Milano, the red and white sort of livery there. I was looking for the word of the sauce, the mayo and ketchup together. But then the black spots sort of spoil it.
We call it cocktail sauce.
Maybe it's a couple of specks of truffle in there, maybe.
But I think Milano was also one of the cars that was in the 5.2 club. That is slightly disintegrating now because people are going quicker. So they also want to join the 5.0 club, I think. Indeed, or go even quicker.
Indeed, their fastest time right now is 5.19. So hopefully they'll be able to join Dresden, Zürich and Karlsruhe in the sub 5 second club.
And Milano is making its way to the starting area for driverless skid pad. I'll have a closer look at their alignment procedure. Where do they stop? And how do they make sure the car is pointing exactly where they want it to be?
I'll just interrupt super quickly to say, they just stopped, but Chalmers were just looking very, very impressive in the testing area.
Instant commentator curse.
Well, no, the solid blue light clearly indicating a successful run on the Chalmers car, so I don't think we did anything bad just yet.
Commentator blessing.
But one interesting thing that I saw with the Milano car, the scrutineers at the front of the queue were actually checking mechanical integrity this time. I don't think this has happened with the driverless competition events before. Usually you would see this for things like the endurance or acceleration, where the mechanical scrutineers really start rattling on the tires, on the wings, to check that nothing is loose, that the teams didn't forget anything, so that nobody gets hurt when things go wrong. But yeah, this is now starting to become relevant for the driverless cars as well. We've seen some fast times, so it's good to see that the same sort of caution and standards are being applied to the driverless cars now.
Tense moments here. Everyone's making their way to the safety tent. They had a 5.19, so we might actually see a really nice driverless skid pad here. Very curious if they also have this slight oversteer here on the left. And I'm not sure what approach they will go for. Just quick from the beginning or build up the speed. Let's have a look. Not too ambitious to start with, but definitely speeding up. That's nice to see. Very wide line, same like Zurich.
No noisy fans, that's good.
Also not in the crowd. It looks very clean, but is it also quick?
It is 1/100th of a second faster, a 5.18.
An improvement is an improvement. I'm not sure if that improved their ranking overall, though.
No.
It almost feels like that they slightly make the car a bit quicker, but that it goes wider, and that Netto just have the exact same time. We saw the exact same thing happening with Zurich, that also barely improved on their second run. But I did feel like both cars went a lot wider in their second runs. So something to investigate.
Well, what's interesting with the Milano car is that it went a 1/10 of a second slower on the right-hand loop, but a 1/10 of a second faster on the left hand. So on average, it was the same, but definitely more of an improvement on the left-hand side for whatever reason. And of course, that's a trend we saw with the majority of the teams today, going a couple of hundreds, maybe sometimes even a 1/10, quicker in the left-hand loop than in the right-hand.
Now, Matti, as somebody very interested in data analysis, what does that tell you about the closeness to the limits of the mechanical setup in this case?
Yeah, good question. That's something you should definitely look in data, because visually it's really hard to tell what's going on. I feel like I think all these teams nowadays have some quite advanced techniques to log the data, get it somewhere, and then all the engineers can have a look at it and figure out how they can improve. I do feel like this car was not necessarily on the mechanical limit. I might be wrong, of course. While we've seen with other cars that slightly bounce or at least have a little bit of a slide. Although maybe this car was more understeered and we didn't notice it. So I do feel like from a mechanical point of view, there's a bit more to be found. We have a few new cars joining us as well. A new car, 63 from Trondheim. I think their team is called Revolve. Not sure how their car is named. I remember that they always have a cool name for it. I'll check it up later. And then again, the big wheels from Monash, who also did not. They already did one attempt, but did not manage to wrap it up.
I think Trondheim is just about the only team that I will forgive changing up their color scheme. I think the last few years they've had anything from green to purple to this year it's apparently blue. But they have always very striking color and paint quality, especially applied to the car. It's always very polished, always very impressive to look at. So yeah, by that you can really identify them, and they usually have number 63 as well.
I think when the car was purplish, or at least in one of the few years ago, the car looked blue or purple depending on from what angle you were looking at, or from depending on how much light was applied to it, which I really liked.
Yeah, I think that was also the year that we saw them close out the endurance with the last few minutes where they were completely alone on track with a clearly strucken car. But yeah, those days are gone. New year, new opportunities with a new car, of course, as is the way of Formula Student. For the ones that don't know, any car that you see here is built for this year and this year only. You will not see this car running in another competition the year after, for example, unless the team manages to schedule their competitions very creatively, where their first one this year is later than the last one next year. But yeah, I've only ever seen that with overseas competitions being scheduled very, very creatively.
And I think that's Lisboa making their way into the queue as well. Hopefully they worked out whatever issue prevented them from joining the last time around.
Yeah, they of course had quite a few tries on the actual starting line. They were camped at the start of the queue multiple times. Not quite happy, the car with the conditions here, not wanting to cooperate as desired. Big crowd of scrutineers around the Trondheim car now. Since they are doing their first run of the day, they will get the priority over Monash in the second driver queue. Right behind Monash, I would expect Lisboa to line up as well. So far, looking further away into the dynamics area, I don't think there is much movement there currently. There are a few cars parked up the side, but I think they are wanting to have a go at the test track. So yeah, if you haven't done so already, if you are a team that is through all of the scrutineerings for this event, please make your way over to the dynamic area. We miss you.
Meanwhile, Trondheim making its way to the alignment position, the alignment staging area. Beautiful car indeed, as mentioned by... I only noticed now how blue actually the lines are. It looked a lot darker from a distance.
I think they have that pearlescent effect going again, because yeah, indeed, from different angles the intensity varies a lot. So pretty.
Yeah, and it seems to be very low, the car. Like the center of gravity, of course, I cannot weigh things with my eye, but the center of gravity looks very low.
Yeah, I noticed the same thing with the AMZ car. That looked very low slung as well. In the last few years, there was a bit of a trend that the noses were coming up a lot. I don't know, a Munich, TU Munich car, for example, was the tip of the nose was almost at the top of the chassis. I think there was a small route change introduced to sort of combat that look. Underneath the nose of all of these cars is a crash structure, so in the event of a frontal impact, something absorbs energy under there. And yeah, the positioning of that governs the shape of the nose a little bit, and for this year it was moved quite a bit lower than in previous years, the mandatory position of that.
It's a similar story like in Formula 1. Hopefully they don't push the rules that we get these ugly noses from 2014 again. But if they follow this trend, then it's all going to be pretty noses and very low cars. Is it a fan car, the Trondheim car? I don't know.
I am a fan. I'm not sure if there is a fan. Our ears will tell us momentarily for sure if Dresden and AMZ are anything to go by.
See some officials waving. And it's usually not just out of politeness. It's a sign for team members to come back. Something does not quite work, or they ran out of time to prepare the car. There are of course other cars waiting, so you cannot take all the time you want. And again, as you can see, this is already taking 5 minutes. Time goes quick. Don't wait till the last second, because you might have not having enough time to end your driverless skid pad.
Yeah, with driverless, of course, you see a lot more time wasted between each car. While the car is on track for maybe 30 seconds in total, it takes a lot more time to set it up and retrieve it afterwards. Everything has to happen with the driver inside. That takes extra time. Whereas with manual cars, you turn it on, drive up, do your runs and drive off, if everything goes well anyway. So yeah, that's a bit of a strategic risk with teams showing up late here to the driverless competitions. But so far we've seen a pretty consistent throughput through the queue. I think it's going pretty well. We have a few teams that we would still like to see drive today. I would like to see Monash do a proper run here. They had an unfortunate incident with the timing equipment. The car deciding to turn in a little bit too early. Hopefully they fix that. They also have a pretty nose.
Yeah, they didn't get the memo of lowering the nose though, but indeed, car looks really pretty. Monash actually used to be very famous for their massive wings. Back in the days, I think pre-2015, you could have massive wings and they would just show up here in Germany. With their massive wings that they also tested in Melbourne at their wind tunnel. Now, of course, with the electric competition where energy consumption is a bit more important, also there's an efficiency scoring. There needs to be a certain balance between downforce and drag, and you can see that with the cars. The wings definitely got a bit smaller, also, of course, due to the rules.
Whatever issue Revolve had in the meanwhile, I think the team does not consider it to be too major because they went right back into the first run queue. And now we see Monash with the orange lights on.
Tense moments.
This is a little bit of a wobble on the start, but the car corrected itself nicely.
They already made it a lot further than last time, so really good for them. Clean first right lap. Of course, the second one is the one that counts for time.
Seems to be a little jerky on the accelerator.
But all in all, relatively cautious.
Yeah, but this is exactly what I would expect. The first run didn't go according to plan, so now you literally just want a time on the board. Don't risk it for the biscuit. Last lap already, left-hand side timed lap.
What does it say on the rear wing there?
Kangaroo's next 22 kilometers. 22 kilometers, of course, being the distance of the endurance event. And they successfully completed their driverless skid pad. Big congratulations to the team. Certainly after their first mishap, I think this is a big achievement. What was the time, Igor?
It was a time of 10.96, exactly the same on both the right-hand loop and the left-hand loop.
I don't think we were tire limited in that case, but if my memory serves me right, that means they beat out Ulm.
You would be correct.
And it was indeed there was like a bit of a jerking motion on throttle. I feel like, and this is of course speculating big time, every time it passed the cone, it would accelerate a bit further up until the next cone. So maybe it's like an update in their autonomous system that gets a clearer view of what's happening.
Yeah, what's happening on test track is I think somebody broke their suspension. We already talked about the infamous bumps here on the infield, and car number 27, I can't quite make out what team that is. I think has suffered a front right suspension failure in the meantime. This is not uncommon, unfortunately, here at FSG. Both the drain areas here on the infield and the transition from the infield to the actual F1 track section that we see in the autocross and endurance do demand some sacrifices in the form of suspension rods, cracked rims, and other failures, for example, in the chassis. So yeah, fortunately for them, it didn't ruin any chances at points, but this won't be the last time that we hear that ominous snap of a suspension rod giving up the ghost.
I think it could be the team from Amberg-Weiden, often called running snail. Snails do not have wheels, of course, but in this case it's preferable to have 4.
Lisboa now lining up. No fans on the car, but plenty of fans in the stands. Let's see how they do on their second run.
Yeah, this time without any of our input, they started chanting by themselves. Of course, this is pretty much their last opportunity to get a time in. I think it's their second run, right? So, yeah. Last few times the car wasn't cooperating quite so nicely, but with a little bit of discussion with the officials between the ASR and the white shirt there, I think we'll be getting going here soon.
Running Snail, meanwhile, trying to figure out the best way to get the car off the test track securely. I see a couple of officials laying around trying to provide assistance. Hopefully whatever issue it is, they'll be able to fix it and still participate in the dynamics going forward, while we wait for Lisbon to be ready to drive.
Yeah, judging by the fact that the push bar team members are returning to the car, I don't think this is looking so hot for them. Of course, there is only one car waiting, Trondheim, who had similar issues before, looking to return. So maybe we'll see a bit of a swapping back and forth between Lisbon and Trondheim happening now.
Yes, and just under an hour left on the time. Let's see if some of the other teams that have made it through scrutineering will be able to make it.
So while they are recovering the car from what we think is Amberg-Weiden, they're putting the car on a trolley, so it becomes a bit of like a shopping cart, so you can move it everywhere without the wheels touching the ground. If it's a suspension failure, and then they need to pray that it didn't destroy other things like under trays or wings and so on. And if also not the drivetrain's damaged, then hopefully they can replace the suspension rods and go back to scrutineering.
Can also see the driver taking a very close look at the undulations, getting close to the ground, trying to see what the hell spelled doom for the team. So yeah, he's collecting some intel, of course, for driving there later on during the autocross and stuff.
Yeah, and the funny thing, or actually not so funny for them, is when you're in the car as a driver, you really have no clue about the camber or the orientation of the track. So it is really hard to judge where these kind of bumps are. That's why also a track walk is super important to figure out which corners are on camber, which corners are off camber. Because once you're in the car, there's barely any reference to tell you what's what.
Yeah, for the uninitiated, in most Formula Student cars anyway, you tend to sit right on the floor, the bottom panel of the chassis, which means that your butt is usually scraping above the ground by about 50 millimeters. So yeah, it's like sitting on the bottom of a shopping cart, really, in terms of visibility and how far you can see in front of you.
And while the car of Amberg-Weiden was retrieved, we have the Trondheim car ready for their first, I think first driverless skid pad. Team members made its way to the safety tent. The car is ready to go. And I'm very curious to see how they will perform.
The blinking blue is not good news for them. I think this is one of their runs voided anyway. Yeah, either the car or the ASR here with the remote for the car terminated that run. We can't tell, but yeah, that's really unfortunate, not even getting going on the starting line.
ASR, that was the word I was looking for. Autonomous Safety Responsible. We found it after 3 hours.
We'll get there eventually. Also getting there eventually will be Tallinn, I think, making their way into the second run queue. They will be lining up behind Lisboa.
Yeah, so just to emphasize one more time that it closes at 7. So the first time Trondheim lined up, it was 20-6. Now the second time that they lined up, it's already 6. So just to do a few cars and with all the setup around it, it can take quite some time. So do not underestimate it. And I think we have a new car. It's E42. The E is a bit redundant because there are no combustion cars anymore. We'll have a look what car it is. It looks beautiful. Finally, a non-black car. And it's the team from Prague, apparently called E-Force.
Yeah, if my memory serves me right, they used to have an orange and black color scheme. I think this was very close to what Eindhoven used to have. But yeah, they completely turned that on its head. And I also couldn't recall having seen them run very much in the last few years. So I'm very surprised that they have driverless equipment on the car now and are able to make it through scrutineering to join us here at the skid pad. It's of course their first run. I'm yet to see if they will get any priority over Tallinn or Trondheim, who of course have been there a little bit earlier, but yeah, first run queue is usually nothing but an advantage for teams showing up.
Is that finally the car of Hamburg that we are seeing? They were teasing us for hours now.
If my
I'm
eyes
guessing
don't
now.
deceive me, I think they are at the entrance, just at the transition from the purely non-driving area into the infield parking lot here. So, yeah,
Our prayers have been heard.
they still seem a bit undecided. Bit of kerfuffle going on.
Come on, guys, don't doubt.
Yeah, come on
Go for
over
it.
here,
You
Hamburg.
have 2 attempts anyway. And well, potentially Hamburg is making the way to the queue. I'm having my doubts though. Tallinn starts their alignment procedure. They had a cautious first skid pad. I think it was around 9 seconds. Took the cautious approach, but at least they got a time in, so that will definitely give them some points.
If you were in their situation, what would you do now? Do you turn it up? Do you really just try for gold, or do you not risk it and don't risk breaking the car for the other events still coming up?
Good question. I think first of all we need to figure out how the point system works. I think this is usually information that should come from us, but we're not 100% sure if it is time-based or position-based. I think if it's time-based, then they definitely have to tune it up because the gap is relatively big and there's a lot to be gained. I think if it's position-based, you can do a little bit more tactics in the sense looking at what positions are feasible to manage and tuning it up to that. Of course, I do not know the complexities that they have. Maybe they have some issues and they have to run slow. We don't know that. But they're in a luxury position in the sense that they already have a run. They can choose to up it. But we haven't seen a lot of successful teams in the sense we haven't seen other teams doing like a successful second run that was significantly faster. So I wonder if there are ways to tune it up in a safe way.
Yeah, it would be good to look into the minds of the team members sometimes to see the confidence levels and how confident are you that you will put a fast time down. We're not that miraculous yet. We'll get there maybe. I think Matti's prayers have been heard. Hamburg is joining the queue as Tallinn gets ready. Orange flashing means she can set off.
This already looks quicker. A lot quicker even.
Yeah, quite a bit. This is not a 9-second run anymore.
They're going wider and wider. Let's hope that they can reset it back.
Yeah, steering
difficult
a bit
switch.
wide.
Took a few cones.
Yeah, that's too bad. On the entry of the left-hand side circle, they were struggling. I think I could already see it go a little bit wrong on the exit of the timed right-hand circuit. It was steering towards the outside when it really shouldn't have. And then, on corner entry, it really just veered off course entirely.
What was actually the time from the first ride? Because it looked very quick. It was definitely a lot quicker than their first try. It was a 6.06 on that right-hand loop. So not quite up there with the fastest that we've seen today, but hopefully an indication that they have more potential to show in the future driverless events. Oh, and an interesting colorway from Prague. We believe that they were purely red or purely orange, but we see actually that now they're completely blue on the opposite side, similar to what we saw from...
We saw this earlier at the test track, a similar car. I also recall one team doing this for many years in a row. I'm glad to see it is caught on because it makes the car look different from every angle. Don't pin me down on the names though.
And not only is it really cool that they have the different color scheme, I also like the colors in general. Even if it was only blue or only red, it would have been a very beautiful car.
Yeah, it makes the car stand out. You see colors, you don't see black very well.
It seems like somebody's doing a little bit of sightseeing from up above. They will definitely be able to see the Prague car with that colorway.
Let's hope that's not driverless or pilotless.
Prague team members making their way over to the safety area. Let's see what they can do as another car is going into the queue. Oh no, that is Tallinn.
No,
sorry,
that's
that is
just
Tallinn making their way back out.
Of course, now is one of the opportunities for Prague to prove if 42 is the answer to life, the universe and everything. Pretty good set off already. This is a very clean run on the right hand side.
This looks quick.
It is quick.
Very steady.
5.02 on the right.
Holy shit.
Team members cheering on from the safety stand. Solid blue.
And a 5.04 on the left for a total of 5.03.
Wow.
Very, very close to that sub 5 second club.
They're up there with the fan cars.
Indeed, I think 4th overall so far.
This is crazy. And this is their first run.
Yeah, coming out of nowhere.
It's a missed opportunity that they did not. They do the blue and red. If they would have done the blue and yellow, it would have been together with how the cones are designed for driverless.
Yeah, but I think the homage is clearly towards the Czech flag. So yeah.
So FSG should change the color of the cones then.
Absolutely.
We see the queue filling up a little bit again.
Yeah, 2 cars that have been teasing us from the testing area. Hamburg, of course, we already mentioned, and the 172 we also saw praying to the cones for quite a while, sort of waiting for the driverless system to engage. I forget which team that is.
Dortmund, that is
Dortmund,
and
yeah.
we see car number 49 behind them, and that is the competitor from Erlangen, High Voltage Motorsports. And I believe with these 3 cars making their way over here, there are only 2 left that have passed scrutineering and have not shown up yet, and those would be Delft and Schweinfurt.
I'm also not sure if I've ever seen a driverless car from Erlangen. Of course, I don't claim the completeness here, but it would be great to see a first-time driverless participation, like from eForce, I'm pretty sure. They managed to put a blistering time down. Still impressed.
And Matti, maybe you as a former driver can answer a question that I've been asking myself here. We see often with the driver yes skid pad that the drivers accelerate on the exit out of the last loop to try to squeeze that little bit more time before they cross the finish line. Why do you think the driverless cars do not do that same acceleration on the final stretch?
Good question. This is also a bit of not necessarily a myth, but it's a bit unclear how much you actually gain from that, because the timing is really in the middle, and if you floor it a bit, you also go wider. So it is a little bit of a myth how much it actually gains you. I think it is way below a tenth of a second. So I would guess for the driverless vehicles, it's not worth it. I also have a feeling that certainly when they aim for straights, they always want to be in the middle. So if you do accelerate out of a corner, you'll always end up a bit wider. So also with that in mind, maybe it's not beneficial for them to do so. And while I'm explaining that, I hope this takes off a bit of your worries, Igor, and answers some of your questions. The Hamburg car, which we have been eagerly waiting for, was on the start line. But now we see some blue blinking lights, meaning something went wrong. They'll retrieve the car, and I think this is exactly what we warned for. It's 20 past 6, more or less, quarter past 6, I should say. There are a lot of cars in the queue, so if they want to go another run, it might actually be tight with time.
Yeah, this is getting pretty close to, somewhere between 5 and 10 minutes between each car. Hamburg, of course, invalidated their first run with this. The car not cooperating. Maybe that is why they were spending so much time at the test track to guard against exactly this. They still have one more run left, but of course lose the first run privileges now. We have 2 more cars, I think, in the first run queue, and then Monash returning in the second run. No, can't be. Another team with bigger tires, anyway.
We see now Ulm also coming back for their second attempt as Hamburg is getting rolled away. Thankfully with a slightly shortened exit path so that Dortmund can line up on the start line.
The T-cell is flashing, meaning that the high voltage is active on the car. We also have a yellow light indicating the autonomous system is ready. And now it's just a matter of getting the people out of the way, taking their time. The cars in the queue will not like to see that. I see the Hamburg car is still kind of in the neighborhood. I'm not sure what their plan is. Usually they need to go all the way back and around and re-queue or go to post-queue.
Yeah, currently they're sort of sitting in a bit of an undefined state, whether they want to queue back up or expect to complete their second run immediately after. We don't know. Dortmund is ready to go. Not going particularly straight across the line, collecting at least one of the cones on the entry that is now pinned under the car. In a manual car you would be a little bit worried about breaking your suspension in a scenario like this. They connect with at least 3 more cones and some of the
big
cones.
ones. I mean, they can keep going. It's if you can set a time like that.
Yeah, as long as the car is still with its tires on the track line, then do whatever you must.
Some cheers from the crowd. This is
now, yeah, we're inside the circle. This is not really a valid run anymore. And then
tricky.
I think the team wanted it to keep going, but the officials told them to pull the plug.
Yeah, the point at which you leave the track, and certainly the inside, I think that's where it becomes a DNF anyway.
Yeah, it really indicates that the car hasn't found the proper alignment with the second circle anyway. But yeah, valiant effort. They got here, they got the car running, and they completed a full lap.
Indeed, I'd say it looks, at least here from the commentator position, looks very photogenic now in the setting sun. So maybe the media team is getting some nice pictures in for the team to enjoy later.
Yeah, you've got golden hour with cones stuck under the car, grandstands behind. It's pretty good.
I wonder how many cones are still under there that they need to retrieve. They probably noticed when they rebuilt the track. I think there were 3 blue cones still stuck. I did not expect that. Yeah, I hope some people of media got this on view.
Yeah, this is the first time really today that there's any significant rebuilding having to happen. The cones around the timing beams always get placed back very carefully. It's a big hassle for the timekeeping guys if the beams accidentally get tripped. So there's always big amounts of caution being put around walking in that area and placing things down. Looking towards the queue, it gets a little bit busy there. We have Trondheim and Ulm at the very least. I can't tell if there's cars behind them in the first run queue. But yeah, judging by the pace of things, they will still be able to make a run.
I think there's 1 car behind the Trondheim car, at least from our perspective. There's so many people walking around. You have these big end plates.
I see also, I think, a new driverless car on the, driver yes car on the test track, disregard. But looking at the technical inspection status, I see that Ingolstadt has made it all the way through, and they are also participating in the driverless events. So hopefully we'll get to see them join us here as well.
Yeah, kudos to Göttingen, I think. The 181, that livery has been fairly consistent to identify over the years. So this I still remember from last time.
See that Hawks Racing and Aachen are also both just half a brake sticker away from passing technical inspection, and so is Lausanne, so maybe they will be able to join us still in the just over half an hour we have left.
Definitely joining us is Barcelona though, car number 54, rolling into the queue.
Going for their second run. And we're still waiting on first runs from Schweinfurt and TU Delft. They have passed all scrutineering already quite a while ago. So not sure what's keeping them from joining us here at the driverless area, but hopefully we will see them.
And there's almost a little over half an hour left, so it's not the time to wait out for the track conditions. It's time to get into the queue.
But I think with all the fan cars that have gone, I don't think the track's going to get any cleaner. With the setting sun, it's definitely not going to get any warmer.
I hope we see Dresden again. They only did one run, and I think they still hold the record. Or at least the top time of the day.
Nevertheless, there could be some strategic things behind only doing one run. Of course, parallel to the dynamics here, there are still some statics happening. I'm not 100% sure on the schedule, but there might be, who knows, engineering design, business presentation, costs, things still in the background that the team might want to prepare for. Who knows, maybe they need the car for that. So there are external reasons that could be behind only doing one run here today.
I see some cars rolling in the background. Could be going to the test area, could also be joining the skid pad queue as Trondheim sets off on their second run. Going very wide but very smooth.
I think your wishes are coming true. Dresden and Prague as well are coming back. Going very wide again, sort of skirting the outside of the circle. And then just before the end of the second one, diving towards the inside. And I think they managed to actually hit some of the equipment placed right there. So yeah, second incidence of the day where some of the, the precariously placed equipment here potentially gets a run in with the car.
Yes, unfortunately, that's 2 DNFs on the driverless skid pad for Trondheim.
They were so tentatively close as well on both of these occasions.
And we have a new car, a car that we have not seen today yet. The car from Erlangen, if I'm not mistaken. 49, ready to do their first run on driverless skid pad. I think this was also what Igor was mentioning, that they finished their scrutineering maybe an hour ago. Nice to see that they made it to the first dynamic event of FSG24. Fortunately, the Revolve team did not manage to get a time in. Was looking so good. Then at the very end, they missed it. I almost wonder, you see these driverless cars go quite wide. I almost wonder if it's a technique to better identify the cones maybe, that if you go a little bit wider it's easier, or it's just accidental.
I do recall a few years ago, quite a few of the teams were talking a lot about the perception distance and how much time it would take the computer pipeline to identify from the moment that the camera sees the cone to it actually being able to react to it. I'm not sure how that has developed over the last few years, but yeah, there are a lot of considerations with car placement on track beyond just being in the middle or choosing the most optimal line. Sometimes there is concessions to be made.
Erlangen car is prepared and aligned for their first driverless kit pad. It's nice to see a car with some color. We can makes it easy for us to identify it. We have a beautiful white and red color scheme, and also the black, of course. They also run the smaller Hoosier tires, which almost every team does. It's quite interesting. We hear the T-cell noise. And now, tense moments.
While they wait to set off, is that Hamburg making their way back into the queue?
Maybe worthwhile mentioning there is also a clock ticking now that they have engaged their autonomous system. There is a clock running for setting up. There is a clock running for vacating the starting line, basically. So yeah, unless we see some movement, I think the safety button on the remote was just pressed. So yeah, this is unfortunately their first run gone. Hopefully they can figure out the problem soon and rejoin.
I believe it's 30 seconds that the teams get from the moment the system is activated that they need to set off.
Yeah, we saw the same thing with the Trondheim team just before. And did not manage to start, but then they came back and fortunately did not finish it, but it was still looking quite impressive. So hopefully for them it's a minor thing. And they can solve it in, well, they need to solve it quickly. And they can go back again.
Just under half an hour to go. So if there are any teams that think they still might be able to join, we already have, I think, 4 or 5 cars in the queue.
It is getting tight.
Very, very.
And there's another car entering. It's one we have not seen so far. It is the car from Schweinfurt. We were expecting them. And again, our prayers have been heard. Again, kudos to them. They have a really nice livery. Distinct green color with some yellow or white markings on it. Lovely to see.
I think as far as prayers go, given that all 3 of us are former TU Delft team members, given that they passed inspection, hopefully they will also still be able to join us. But in the meanwhile, we see Ulm lining up for their second attempt.
Interestingly enough, I see one of the Ulm team members actually carrying tire covers. I think they are one of the few teams then that actually bother with this. Tire heating blankets, of course, have been forbidden within Formula Student since the very beginning. But yeah, usually there is so many things happening with a car that you really don't want to be bothering with taking extra things off the car before a run. But yeah, Ulm is taking the time for that.
And actually, I think it's quite a good idea. It seems a bit odd or weird to do so, but I think recently they added the rule that you can only have 1 dry tire set. I'm not sure if that's still valid now, But then if you pick up a lot of dust and stones along the whole competition, you kind of keep that. Maybe that's my driver's mind speaking, that I always try to push for it to keep the blankets on. Otherwise you have dirty tires. But I would keep doing it if I were the team. And while we are elaborating on tire blankets, to keep the tires clean, they are preparing themselves. Car seems to be ready. I think their first run, they were also one of the teams that took it relatively cautiously, but did finish it. In fact, it was a 12-second skid pad. If they can make the same performance jump as the Tallinn team, that would be great. Funny, I don't know. Is it one of the belts that's laying out, or is it just one of
the safety belt is hanging out? This looks relatively similar to what we saw from them first time around. Who knows what they'll do for the second run?
Also a very, very wide line. The front wing nearly clipping the cones.
Yeah. Yeah, actually clipping the cone now on the turn in for the left-hand side. Bit of a sigh from the team members. Of course, this is a small time penalty being added at the end. Now the timed lap on the left-hand side. Yeah, looking similar to their first run.
And in fact, it's exactly the same time. 12.6 for their right and 12.0 for the left, so slightly faster, giving them an average of 12.3. A solid blue line, parked in the right space, so that means it's from our side at least, it's a good skid pad.
I have two more teams going into the queue. I believe it is Lisbon and Prague, both returning for their second attempt. And looking at the number of cars in the queue, I am not sure whether everybody who is already in it will get a chance to run.
No, I don't think so either. They've waited to the last moment, and here we are. We have a full queue in the driverless competition, and it's 25 minutes to go. I think on average maybe we should start timing, but I wouldn't be surprised if it takes 5 minutes per car. And that's bearing, you know, no drama, no nothing destroyed and so on. So that's the best case scenario. So this is where first driver and second driver queue, or driverless queue, we should say, becomes important. Dresden, for example, have been in the queue for quite a while, but of course Schweinfurt will get priority if, of course, they are ready and so on. So this is the second run for the team from Barcelona. Their first run, they did not manage to finish. I think they went slightly wide, or something weird happened there. Hopefully they can wrap it up now. They're going quite cautiously, which I think is a good approach, given that they're starting to kiss some inside cones. They might still be in. We should check afterwards. A bit of wheel spin even.
Yeah, car correcting quite vigorously on the exit of the right-hand side, though. Not very steady state.
Actually pretty quick.
Yeah, and taking a bit of a wider position on the left-hand side.
Now they need to brake in time.
You gotta stop. You gotta stop yourself inside. The photographer going for a run.
Running for his life.
Yeah, unfortunately now we have the situation where the car didn't stop in the designated zone by itself. So even though they managed to navigate the course just fine, the car didn't stop by itself, which is part of the game. And this will be a DNF or a DQ.
Unfortunately, yeah.
Would have been a 5.77.
Wow.
And that would be enough, I think, to have placed them in the top 10. But for now, we get to see Schweinfurt lining up for run number 1. I don't think there's anybody else in the first run queue at the moment, so the next ones up would be Dresden for attempt number 2.
Again, beautiful car from Schweinfurt. I really like what they did with the livery.
Indeed, one of the more original ones we've seen today.
Yeah, I think you see some of the Schweinfurt heritage. Usually they had a solid white car, and the green Scheffler sponsorship sort of being a very standout feature. Now, yeah, looks a bit more dynamic. But yeah, we can talk about liveries for a long time. They're pretty important to us for identification. And yeah, we mentioned they're important to the teams as well. I also can't help but notice that the crowd watching is sort of shifting around a bit as the sun creeps up into the grandstands, where we're seeing people retreat into the shadow. But also quite a lot of people watching us from the standing section in front of the FSG forum. So welcome everybody. The last 20-ish minutes are rolling around now, so you won't be roasting in the sun for much longer.
Team members of Schweinfurt making their way over to the safety area.
We're off. Pretty aggressive start, but they made the turn. Slightly strange noise emanating from this car, and it's not a fan. A lot of gear grinding or something happening. Quite a few cones collected. We're definitely off track. Collecting the outside of the left side.
Still, that's a full off track, but they're still going. They've been asked to stop.
Bummer. Yeah, this was, I think, the second time that we've collected a great many cones here. Of course, this doesn't play into the hands of the teams joining the queue now. It will take a little bit of time to replace all this. Would have been great to see if the car was still able to navigate and stop in time, but yeah, when the officials say to stop, then you better stop. This was, I don't think, the team's decision completely by themselves.
No, I think they were ready to keep it going. Thankfully, the car did not hit any of the timing equipment, so that will make the rebuilding job a little bit faster than it would have been otherwise. And we see Dresden has been giving the green light to line up at the starting position, so good to see that the officials are doing everything they can to keep the cars flowing as quickly as possible and give everybody as much of a chance as they can to set a time or improve a time. And let's give a bit of a shout out to the officials that have rebuilt the track. They were in fact ready with it before Dresden is ready for their second attempt. So yes, let's give them their recognition for making sure everybody has an equal chance to compete.
Okay, I'm really curious if they can improve. We've not seen major improvements. At the Milano team, they shaved off 2/10. But other than that, it was all a bit of the same.
I mean, they're already on provisional pole, so what do we expect? Have the track conditions improved a little bit? I doubt that.
I don't think that will matter too much.
No, and I don't think they feel too much of a need to tune up the car if it was tuned down before.
Just a little bit. We should soon hear the fans. Oh, I don't hear any fans.
They're trying with that. That's interesting.
Oof.
Yeah, this
Big
is not going to be a winning
understeer.
run. Yeah,
Something else.
a lot of cones collected, no fan, and yeah, I think the team themselves deciding to abort.
Why would they disable the fans?
Maybe as a testing run of sorts. I think
Crazy how much more understeer there was on the car.
Yeah. But I mean, they're already on provisional pole, and I think looking at the times that the other teams still in contention have set, I don't think they feel too threatened. But of course, we haven't seen everything yet.
We're taking a look towards the queue. It is getting pretty busy here in the infield. We have Hamburg lining up at the starting line. I see Prague lined up. I see another red car. I think that's Lisboa. Schweinfurt is pushing away. Dortmund for sure. I can't identify the wine red one in front of Dortmund.
And they're all going into the second run queue, but Jonas, who's making their way over into the first run queue?
Yeah, it looks like car number 85 is finally joining us. I'll be interested to see what the officials think about the running order now.
Oh, and that's a shame. Their first run also was a DNF. They don't manage to finish, and also this one does not look like a successful driverless skid pad, unfortunately.
No, indeed, an immediate start-stop, a repeat of what we saw on Hamburg's first attempt.
The time spent at the test track not quite paying off, but yeah, it's good news for the other teams in the queue. This is a bit of a faster proceedings than it would normally be.
Maybe that's why they were spending so much time on the test track, knowing it was not perfect, but of course, at some point you need to deliver, and at 7 it closes. I think one of our favorite cars is appearing again. Is it red? Is it blue? It's Prague. So they really surprised us with an insanely quick driverless skid pad. 5.0, if I recall correctly, that was right up there with the fan cars from Zurich and Dresden. Curious again, will they be able to improve? It has not been successful so far with teams doing their second run. But maybe they can change their mind.
I haven't seen the cars up close yet. I haven't taken a walk through the pits yet, but from afar, it also looks like the Prague car is particularly cleanly put together. And usually that's a particularly good sign. That means that the team has had the time to take care to put the car together well. So yeah, I'm curious to see this team also in the manual competition section. If they've had a lot of time with the car, that means reliability could also be pretty good for them.
I think what also helps with the clean look is that they don't seem to have at least from a distance, they don't seem to have too many fancy winglets, additional aerodynamic features going on, which makes for a very clean, very smooth lines on the vehicle, makes it look very good, at least from where we're sitting right now.
Yeah, only the rear wing seems to have some winglets, could also be just delivery, and then they're tricking us. Props to the team, by the way, to prepare the car really quickly. I think they're one of the quicker teams now. And there they go. Ooh.
Wide lines. We're seeing so many wide lines. This is at least 3, if not 4 cones collected.
A little bit too wide.
Ooh,
a little too narrow on the second attempt.
We're getting close. We're getting close. It was looking really squirrely now, just sliding out of the turn, so just going too fast for its own good.
Yeah. It's not working out, the second runs.
No, this was slower than their first attempt. 5.08 on the second right-hand loop that we got to see. I think next, it looks like Delft is not quite ready to do their first attempt, and we instead see, I believe, Lisboa coming in.
Yeah, officials scrambling to get the cones into the right positions. Of course, this matters particularly for the driverless cars. Some of them rely on cones for identifying which way they're going.
It appears there might be some cones under the car that just got pulled out.
One of the yellow ones was still stuck. Lisboa back at it again, cheering the team on. They've been, I think, at the starting line the most today. Definitely a participation medal for them. Very carefully lining up this time to try and convince the car to engage with the track.
So hopefully it will be more compliant this time around.
And I think this also shows the leniency a bit of the competition. You can line up, you can queue, but if at a certain point, of course, you stop your run or cancel it because of whatever reason, you can go again. Of course, once you have been given the go signal and so on, that does probably count as a run. But yeah, the fact that they've been here so many times.
I mean, you gotta take things to your advantage. If not engaging your autonomous system doesn't count as a run, then yeah, take all the chances you can get. They were here early, they were here often, so that's their advantage.
Agree, and there was plenty of time. Jonas even had to put out the waiting music just to give you an idea of how long we had to wait for some cars. And here they are, 10 minutes before the end, and the whole queue is full. That's a shame.
Yeah, we have 5 cars currently waiting. Looks like Schweinfurt isn't quite sure whether they want to close the gap or not. Prague either making their way out or trying again. I don't think they had another run, right? Prague was done for today. No, and yeah, another did not start. Lisbon now out of attempts for sure. So yeah, that's a bit of a bummer for them. No chance to improve, but it's good news for the other teams in the queue.
Indeed, and I think it's car 240 or 248. Can't quite
240 indeed.
240 making their way forward. I believe there's still some final scrutineering checks being done.
Which team is that, Igor?
240
is that Milano?
The competitor from Darmstadt.
Darmstadt, of course. No, I was going to say, of course, the bigger wheels, but they are bigger wheels. They are bigger wheels, yeah.
Large, yeah.
Also the Goodyear, then probably.
Yeah, historically I would have expected a bit of a red and white from Darmstadt. Now it's red and black. Oh, and Lisbon having a bit of an issue with their pullback maneuver.
Yeah, it seems they didn't push the bar quite down far enough.
Yeah, they really tried to be quick to give other teams a chance as well, but maybe just a tad too quick. We have 8 more minutes. That means we might, depending on what happens here, of course, get time for 1 more car, maybe 2.
I think 2. Well, including this one, I think 3. At the very best.
of course, anything can happen. These Goodyear's tires, they really make me think of these big dragster tires with like the sidewall and the leathers that then deform when they accelerate. Of course, in this case, hopefully they're inflated a bit more, and they're definitely not as big as a sidewall as these dragsters.
I mean, if you go on over to the FSG YouTube channel, I think you'll see some of the videos of the acceleration event from the past, where you see this deformation of the rear tires that you're talking about. Some cars with the higher sidewalls, probably putting a little bit lower pressure in their tires for the acceleration event, and you get some really cool slow motion shots of this phenomenon you're describing.
And I think acceleration, that's for tomorrow. Not 100% sure.
At the very least, the driverless acceleration is tomorrow. We'll need to double check the schedule. But for now, we watch Darmstadt on their second attempt.
This time, the announcement that the car is driving is actually followed by the car driving. This was a bit of an issue last time. Cautious first run, but not as slow as some of the others that we saw today. So if they keep this up.
8.15 on the right-hand loop.
That's pretty decent. That would put them in a really good spot. The switch went well. That's usually a tricky part. I feel like they're slowing down a little. And the crucial point at the end. I see a solid blue light. That means, from our perspective, this is a good skip pad. They can be very proud. Their previous one was a DNF, so this is definitely significant for them.
Indeed, time of 8.27, so not quite at the top, but also quite a distance away from the bottom of the timing sheets. And we see Delft has been given the green light to join from the first run queue.
The Delft car also with the Hoosier tires. I think the past 10 years they ran the smaller tires from Apollo Vredestein. This year apparently they made the switch. I also personally really like the orange touch on the car, also a bit more colorful.
Yeah, it's been a slow but continuous creep of orange onto the Delft livery. I believe it started in 2018, where they just had one orange line. And since then, more and more of the car, now I think almost half of it, is orange, which you usually associate with the Eindhoven team as far as Dutch team goes. But it is the national color of the Netherlands, so appropriate.
I think it has to do with one of their sponsors, Star, which is also the orange, not 100% sure.
Yeah, looking at the progression of this, the time is slowly creeping towards the end. Let's see how many of the cars still in queue we will still see running today. But now the Delft members retreating behind the tires. Solid orange is good news.
Silence hits. Everyone very curious how they'll perform. They start off quite cautiously. We've seen that from other cars as well.
Hitting a few cones.
Already collected one. Dropped it in a not too bad place. Will they accelerate for the second part? And they hit the big orange cones in their second loop to the right. And unfortunately that's a DNF for them.
And now we see rolling up what will probably be the last run of the day, unless it's exceptionally quick. And that closer will be car number 172 from Ingolstadt, from Dortmund.
Yeah, now of course it's really a race against the clock. I'm not sure how the exact cutoff will be placed. From my perspective, they have made it to the starting line, so Dortmund should definitely be able to run. Yeah, there's 2 more cars in the queue behind them. Not sure if we will see them run. Delft clearing the way very quickly though. That's good news.
So previous run from Dortmund was unfortunately a DNF. Was that the car that collected all the cones and then showed them again when they lifted the car? Let's hope they can keep it clean this time. Hopefully the car learned from it not to hit any more cones, not to harm them. They have a tough life here.
60 seconds to go as the car from Dortmund sets off.
Ooh, in a very tight line, collecting some cones already.
On the inside, on the outside.
Still more or less on the track. But this is going to be tricky.
I think the car is trying to do the officials a favor and collect all of them immediately. We're just on the edge of an off track there.
But I think we need the skid pad track tomorrow as well, so
yeah,
it came too soon.
This is enough, the officials calling it. Team forced to shut the car off. Yeah, it was very much off track now, sort of in the center of the left circle.
20 seconds to go. 1 car has been allowed to go forward and get to the starting line. We'll see whether they will be allowed to begin their attempt. The Dortmund car, well, if not entirely successful with the skid pad, very consistent in where they finish, stopping in a very similar position to where we saw them last time. Once again, posing for the photographs with all the cones in the golden hour.
Yeah, but judging by the fact that they are being handed the remote key that you need to do your running here at FSG, I think they will be able to make a run. No, I don't think so. The gong sounded, that means it's 7 o'clock. And yeah, some dejected faces from Erlangen. They were so close.
And well, that wraps up the running for today. To give a quick recap of, say, the top 5 times that we saw, we had Dresden in number 1 with a 4.89, followed by Zürich with a 4.96, Karlsruhe, the last of the sub 5 seconds, with a 4.98, Prague with a very impressive 5.03 without any fans, and Milano rounding out the top 5 with a 5.18.
Yeah, it was a very nice first dynamic event, I think. Personally, I'm extremely impressed by the performance of the cars this year, the driverless cars. I feel like this is really a big step forward into driverless and autonomous development as well, also from the student side. And in the end, that's also the goal, of course, of Formula Student, to educate these engineers. Yeah, I definitely feel like we as a competition, or we as a whole, made a big step here and get some really performant cars on here and actually get some competition.
Yeah, we're going to be closing it out here for today. Thank you everybody on track for listening to us, for the people watching along at home. Thank you for sticking with us until the end. We'll be seeing you again tomorrow. My guess would be that we're here at the skid pad, but also on the pit straight of the actual track with some acceleration action. Yeah, see you tomorrow again. Have a good night, everybody.